Alright, this is the part that I've been dreading. Not because it's going to be hard, it's actually going to be pretty easy. But pulling the dash apart, I don't know about. I don't do this for a living, I don't do this every day. So these type of vehicles don't come through for me to pull apart all the time. So I'm going to figure it out real soon. Basically all we're going to do is interrupt the factory deck with the new components and then put it all back together. Send my little optical cable out, and then I can start worrying about the amps later. This is actually video number 2 of the sound system install, because I've already done the XS Power battery, and I did the Mechman alternator here, 370 amps. I haven't ran any wire or anything yet. As soon as I get ready to do the system, obviously I'm going to upgrade all the wiring and everything else. Alright, just like a lot of the projects I do, they take time, and it's a lot of little stuff you guys don't need to see. So I'm going to go into time-lapse mode as soon as we get this thing going. That way we can speed up the process. You don't miss nothing, and I get to speed it up. It's awesome. This thing should be pretty simple. Plug and play almost 100%. I got this. I got this. This is going to plug into the deck. This is going to plug in right behind it. And then I put it all back together. With the exception of this toss-link cable, optical, and the remote wire coming off of it, I'm going to be done here in a matter of minutes. It's going to be awesome. Alright, so it's this plug right here. This one comes out. The harness goes in, and then it plugs right back into the harness. And we got another one right here. Pop that out. Pop this in. Just like that, done. Now I just gotta tuck all these wires in somehow and mount these, and we're good to go. I got a nice braided 25-foot toss-link cable. I'm gonna plug right into this thing as well. All right, I thought for sure that there was gonna be enough room to fit it right here, but I guess not. But I found an even better spot down below. So it should be completely out of the way now. Cool. We're in. Give me 2 of those screws down there. All right, it was a lot tighter behind that dash than I anticipated. I had a hard time pushing that stuff back together, but I moved it down. There was plenty of harness to spare. I was able to put it right here behind this little panel, which is even better for me because if I need to get to it, this panel pops right out. So I got about 25 feet of remote wire. I got about 25 feet of toss-link cable. The system's not ready to install yet, but I'm gonna be way ahead of the game by getting this handled. Let's make sure it's working. Oh, look at that. That right there is sound. I like it. Put the little cap back on it because I'm not using it right now. We don't want to ruin that. And tuck that right up in here. Just for right now. Look at that, brand new. All right, it's all back together. Everything works perfect still. Got my optical cable and my remote down there ready to go. As soon as I build my amp rack, I'll have somewhere to put them.
Wake up next day, someone else in their place. Home run after home run, see him on one, took a quick run, kinda stressed, need to roll one. Seeing that I need to hear, let me hold some. Haters hate, then they fade away, wanna go son. I learned to go get it, no crap.
That was about the easiest integration I think I've ever done. Plug and play all the way. The hardest part was pulling the dash apart. I've never pulled one of these apart before, but now that I have, I can do it with my eyes closed. Next step is choosing my amplifiers. I've already got the processor, building an amp rack, building a speaker box, and mids and highs and everything that comes with it. Stay tuned if you want to see how this turns out. I don't even know how it's going to turn out yet. I got a lot of work ahead of me. All right, the M650 is installed. It's done. It's doing its job that I know of so far. I got a nice clean install. I got a nice clean output ready to go whenever I'm ready. As soon as my amp rack is ready, it couldn't get no better. Everything is retained, all the factory chimes, everything is retained the way it's supposed to be. So that's gonna be great. But what does the VIM do? Well, I'm about ready to show you. Check this out. All right, we got a little Blu-ray disc here. Pop that in. DVD player, no big deal, pretty common. What's the problem? Well, as soon as you start driving, the front screen shuts off. As soon as the vehicle moves, the front screen shuts off. And I'm not really big on watching TV while I drive. It's not that big of a deal to me, and not that thrilled about that stuff anymore. But when I got my grandkids in the back and they're watching videos, I can't see what's going on their screen at all. I can't change the menus or anything until I stop. Same for the navigation. You can't type in an address until you stop. It's kind of annoying. So problem solved. Check this out.
Tell me what the scientists know. So a week before Tommy's gonna ship out?
All right, not only am I watching TV while I'm driving, I'm also filming, but I'm in an empty parking lot with nobody around, so it's nice and safe, don't worry. All right, here we go. As soon as I put this thing in drive, gone. Look at that. So I got my grandkids in the back.
Yeah, I'm just another.
We want to skip a chapter or something, I can't do it until I stop, and I still can't see what's on the screen while I'm in drive. So I'm gonna start driving. All right, yeah, nothing here, but watch this. We're gonna hit this rear defroster button twice.
Up ahead is Pandora.
Bam.
Look
at that mod. Now we're good to go. Oh yeah. Vehicle in motion. Gotta love it.
Your brother represented a significant investment. We'd like to...
You can hit it again twice.
Since your genome is identical to his.
And make it go off again. I don't know why you would want it to, but you can.
So to speak.
Look at that. The whole keypad's working while I'm driving.
Then in 4 minutes, there's nobody.
Normally you can't do anything while you're moving.
My report.
I was getting tells. TA-B16 on approach, crossing out a marker, mine is inside.
Yeah, we're there, sunshine. We're there.
It's about your brother.
You will be hungry. You will be weak. If you feel nauseous, please.
All right, that's the end of that. I'm good to go. I'm ready to build my amp rack. I'm ready to pick out my amplifiers. I'm ready to get this whole project started. One thing at a time, it'll get done. I'm out. Thanks for watching. Oh no, it's Milwaukee Drill, the boss has. Love this thing. Stop for him. Get for me. Hurry.
Look at that.
I don't even know if I want to take them out of their crates. I know you guys saw my video with the $8,600 Christmas gift, and that is right here. And that's where all this stuff started from. See, it's in here ready to go. See, but the thing is that they sent me this as a Christmas gift, and it's a prototype. I fell in love with it, so I said, yeah, I would like 2 for the Caddy. And after that, I decided, well, I'm gonna need another one to go with it, a 1500.2. Well, I better do 2 1500.2s because I want 1 on each subwoofer. So that only left me with 4 channels for my highs, no big deal. But after thinking about it a little bit, I needed another 4 channel. So that's how all that happened over there. I guess the 3rd row is going to be going bye-bye pretty soon. Oh well. We'll figure it out. as hell. Now again, I have no idea how I'm gonna do this. I just threw them in here just to look at them. But man, these things are a thing of beauty. I guess I gotta start thinking about what I'm gonna do next. Let's go open up those manuals. Let's see what the bird sheets look like. Very, very detailed bird sheets it looks like. Oh wow. This is just one of the amps. There's so much to go through here. So this is the 2-channel. This is the 1500.2. 2021 at 4 ohms. Bridged 3726 out of a 1500 watt amp. And that's Class A, Class AB power. That's crazy talk. Just crazy talk. 2558 certified. Dynamic 3726. That's dynamic RMS. That's not dynamic peak lightning bolt. So even then, we're looking at 1645 at 4 ohms, over 2500 certified at 2 ohms. Super nutty, super nutty. Let's take a look at this. And these are all going to be similar. Of course, everything's tested on the AP. Everything's passed. Everything's passed. We got all this. Look at this thing. It's a lot of info you get. Talk about a bird sheet. This is the most in detail bird sheet I've ever seen in my life. "13 pages. Is this a 26-page report? Is there 13 pages for the front, 13 pages for the rear channels. Channels 1 and 2, 3 and 4. That's, yeah, this is just crazy. I wanted to do something cool. I want to call the actual engineer, Tony B. Moore, and ask him a few questions about these amplifiers. They're over $8,000. They're almost $9,000 a piece MSRP. So maybe we'll give him a call on FaceTime, ask him a few things about them, maybe get to open them up, take a look inside, and get a few questions answered. So let's do that right now. Yeah.
What's up?
What's going on, man? Oh, you're in your pod, aren't you?
I'm in the chair.
Yeah. All right, all right. I received the amps. I opened them up. I uncrated them. They're bad as hell. I got them sitting right there behind me. I hope you don't mind. I'm filming a YouTube video right now. I did an unboxing. I was taking a look at them, and I know people are gonna have questions, and I figured I would see if I could just FaceTime you and see if it was okay. Maybe you could answer a few things and some things that I can't answer.
I'll try.
Well, first of all, the bird sheet. I've never seen a bird sheet quite like that before. 13 pages a piece, and that's just the 2 channels. So 26 pages on the 4 channels. That's like mind-boggling. That's pretty awesome. There's a lot more info than I would ever need, but that's good that you offer it. So
yeah, it's just there's a lot of games that can be played with specs. So I just want to be like transparent, show exactly how all those numbers were arrived at.
all right. So the first question I have is, and like I said, I don't like talking about the word expensive because everybody has their own wallet. But what makes the amp so pricey compared to other amps? And what's actually done to it? I also realize that engineering an amp from the ground up and not using a cookie cutter design, 100% every trace came out of your brain from that pod probably. Did you design it in that pod? Most of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Every single trace was designed by you and done by you. So I know that ain't free. But besides that, what kind of stuff is inside the amp that make it nice and pricey?
Yeah, some of the things, I think the mechanical parts of it are definitely added a lot of cost to it because, it's a 2500 watt Class AB amp, and those don't exist because there's a lot of heat to deal with and a lot of things that you have to do different. So like the heat sink part of it, I think, is these are CNC, so like the mechanicals are definitely part of it. This is about 12 pounds worth of 6061 right here. I'm only making like 50 of these, so engineering, the CAD, the cutting, and all the materials and labor and time and everything else, for sure.
Yep.
So yeah, so there's that, and then electrically it's kind of the same thing like you mentioned. You know, it's not a cookie cutter design, it's all from scratch. And really this thing didn't have a target price point, so I just designed it what it needs, you know, what it as best I could, and then whatever it costs, then that's what it costs. So that's much different than, you know, when I was in the corporate world and I was given a target like, hey, you got to make this thing cost $5.99. So that's a whole different, you know, design philosophy. So I have some circuits here showed up. I don't want to get too nerdy, but just to show a little bit of an example. One of my textbooks here. You can see that circuit there. This is a whole amplifier right here. The most basic that you can make it with the least amount of parts. So something like this exists in lower end audio all the time, versus, you know, this is one of the channels of the 1500 too. So it's just a lot more parts. They both do the same thing, but they do it differently, and there's things that aren't usually advertised that you don't get to see the benefit, I guess. So like power's the thing that's advertised. Maybe both of these make 300 watts, but one of them makes it a lot more gracefully with a different sound characteristic, and that requires a lot more parts to do that. So for those reasons too, it's pretty pricey. It probably has 10 times the amount of parts that it needs.
You're working with Harry on this?
Yeah.
And you were given the green light to make an amp, but make it as badass as you can with the best parts that you can, and go. And that's basically what you did.
That's what it was, yeah. And then even when we were done, I went to Japan several times, and we had these tuning sessions, these very strange Japanese tuning sessions that I've never experienced before, with this master named Ida. So we called him Ida-san. And Ida-san was an engineer and golden ear for Luxman. Luxman is the high-end home audio arm of Alpine, founded in like the 20s. So this guy knows high-end audio, and you know, we go into his little man cave and take our shoes off and sit in there, and he would get his box. He had one of those boxes that has knobs, and it's like a resistance box. It's like a lot of resistors in a box, and you can just turn a knob and select it. And he wired that thing into our amplifier in different places, and we just sit there, and he's magically tuning this and just listening to it for like emotion. So like once all of the engineering and mathematics is done as to what values the resistors need to be in that, after that it went into like this 40-hour emotional tuning session where he just starts turning knobs until like he feels a certain way. And you know, so it has that love in it too. And I have to say, I wasn't a believer in that until we walked out of there. And it definitely does have a different sound because of him, so I'm thankful for that. That was an interesting experience. But those types of things, too, cost a lot of money to do. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the Japan thing. You got your people that are really into sound quality there, just like they are here, but are they a little bit different in Japan about their sound quality? Are they hard to please over there? What's it like?
They're really hard to please, yeah. We've gone through a lot of iterations of this amplifier to get to their standards. And in fact, even last night at 1 a.m. I was talking to Harry because they just installed a couple in a car, and he said, you know, it has hiss. And it ended up being something with the car, but they are just very picky like that. And it's good. It made it a better product. We've revised it so many times because of that stuff with them, but now it's really dialed in, and you know, I plan on making like some other things with it too, maybe some home amps with the same circuitry that's been developed.
Awesome. Yeah. These amps, one of the things that makes them so superior in sound quality is that they're Class A and Class AB. For the people that don't understand what that means, I have a grasp of it in my mind. It's a little bit harder for me to explain to somebody, so that's why I have you here.
If you want to make power, you got to have voltage and current. And so the way most amplifiers, they just kind of amplify both at the same time. You put the signal in, it gets the voltage part of it and the current get amplified. And in my design, the voltage amplifier is a completely separate piece of it. It's actually a completely separate circuit board inside the amp. So when you get that amp open later, you'll see where the RCA's plug in. There's a card that's sitting perpendicular to the main board. That's the voltage amplifier. So that does all the voltage. If you're going to put in 3 volts and 60 volts coming out of the amp at the end, all that happens on that card. So that part of it is still Class A.
Nice.
So that's the difference. So it has a Class A voltage amplifier, and then because that doesn't, there's just a little bit of heat. You'll see if you have it running and you have the top off, there's heat coming off those cards.
Okay.
But then the high current stuff, where a lot of heat could be made on the main board, is AB. So it ended up giving it the Class A distortion characteristics, but with a lot less heat.
The Class A, you said you had to dial it down at some point during the proto stage because there was too much Class A in it. What does that mean?
The dialing it down part was just heat. You know, people have gotten pretty accustomed to amplifiers running cooler because of the abundance of Class D everywhere, and maybe we've kind of forgotten that amplifiers do make some heat. The amplifier is built to deal with the heat. It's made to be hot. It loves being hot. It can actually get so hot that it would burn you and still be safe for the amplifier, but not for us. So I've actually, had to dial it down so that it doesn't hurt us. But yeah, I had to back it down because people were touching the amplifier after it was idling for a while, and they feel the warmth, and they just didn't love it. And really, it's so clean in AB mode that there wasn't a huge benefit of having it in A. It was just kind of making heat. So
would it be okay if I bust out a screwdriver and crack one of these open?
Yeah, let's do it. I think you need I think it's a 2.5 millimeter hex, maybe.
2.5 mil. Okay. Which one do you think we should open?
Probably the 2-channel.
The 2-channel? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and plug this 1500.2. Yeah, I might mention these are probably going to be the only white ones too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless someone specially orders one like that, but I doubt it.
They'll match my turbos really nice. So everything on the front panel? Yeah, to be watching this. This is badass. Now's where I go to the commercial break on the YouTube video.
Yeah, I would lean it back, and then you can unplug those fans and set that whole piece aside.
Okay.
Should just pull straight up.
Okay. I'll rip it right out of its socket, right off the board.
There it is.
There it is. I'm going to turn this just like this so I don't have to stop looking at it because I love it. Look at that thing.
Yeah, so those cards that are on the end that are perpendicular to the main, those are the Class A.
Right here?
Yeah, that's the Class A voltage amp. So your RCA, your signal goes in there and it gets fully amplified. It's a full standalone Class A amplifier. You could actually plug headphones into that or something. Have a
Look at those
signal comes out of there, goes into the main board, and then it just does all the heavy lifting with the big transistors and the big ass power supply that's on there.
Is there anything special about these gold colored caps?
Those are special caps made just for audio. Those are Nichicon, the famous capacitor manufacturer. They have an amazing line of caps, and they all, you can pick one cap of the 100 volts and whatever, and they make 6 different ones for it. And it's like, because it's a Japanese company, so they're super tweaky about this is a special cap for audio. The only thing more special than those gold caps are those little green caps on the voltage amps. Those are as special as it gets.
Those little guys right there?
Yeah, the little green one. So that's the first cap that the audio signal goes through when it gets into the amplifier. When it comes off the RCA, that's the first thing it does.
So what's so special about it besides the color?
I really don't know the physics of how it's made as to what makes it special, but it's intended for high-end audio use only.
Nice.
So I don't know, it's probably things like as the temperature changes, it doesn't, act any different. If it vibrates, it doesn't do anything crazy. Stuff like that. Right, dude.
Yeah. And there you have it from the man himself. I consider myself a lucky person because I know him, but I mean, just to be able to call the engineer, the person that designed your amplifiers, all the way, not just cookie cutter, not just a la carte, but all the way 100%. It's kind of a cool thing. So for now, I'm going to end this video. I got a lot of thinking to do, where I'm going to put these things in the truck, how I'm going to wire them up, how they're going to stay cool, how I'm going to get my subwoofer box in there, what subwoofers I'm going to use, everything. Haven't even started yet. But now that I got my amps, I can get started. Thanks for watching, and I'm out of here. Yeah. 6 o'clock on a Christmas Eve morning. Been tossing around a few ideas yesterday, moved some stuff around. Some of the things I wanted to do just were not going to work for what I'm doing. And this is, I think, the way that I'm going to do it. I think. So it's kind of mocked up. Got a 2x4 running across the top. That's not going to stay that way, obviously. Just trying to see how all this stuff is going to fit. With the Demore Engineering 1500.2, 2 of those, one for each pair of 15s, and 2 1500.4s for the mids and highs. And of course, behind this proposed little amp rack, I got 4 Titan 8 S6s. These are 14 volt lithium batteries. Now that I saw that I have a gap in here, it's gonna bug me, so I ordered another one. There's gonna be 5 in here. And there'll still be a small little gap on each end, but not enough to fill it with another battery, so at least it'll be more even than it is now. So this is all just mocked up. I need to bring it over there to the bench and start building. Of course, hours and hours of drawing and measuring and doing all sorts of stuff in order to get to this point. But hopefully it'll be worth it in the end. Something like this here. Whole bunch of them to create what I'm about to create. Do a little bit of white to kind of break it up a little bit. You'll see here in a second. Maybe a little black border around the white. We'll do 1/2 inch with the 1/8 inch on each side. Should give me the 0.75 that I want. Got some white acrylic. All this waste just for a little bit of trim. Total waste, but hopefully it'll look good. And a little bit of black for the outer trim where the white is. So we got clear, we got mirror, we got white, and we got black. All that just for this. What a waste. I'll find something to do with that inside piece, maybe. This is what I have so far. We got 1/2 inch acrylic with 1/8 inch mirror, 1/8 inch white trim, and we got more 1/8 inch white with black trim over there. That goes on the other side of these ones here, these outside end caps. They're just not ready to be put on yet because this stuff isn't attached yet. It will be soon though. And then it'll all come together. grab the other ones. Good now. It's almost taking shape, but we need to make a base plate and an insert for the base plate. So that's next. We got some 1-inch marine board here, and I got some 3/4 inch acrylic over there. Hoping for the clear acrylic insert to look something like this. You see the little notches, that's going to accommodate the side feet. And the little holes in the other grooves are going to be so wires can pass underneath the bottom apps. And of course we got this one right here too. This is the base plate it's all going to sit on. It's hard to tell on video, but this is countersunk 3/4 of an inch for that thing to sit inside. And it's time to cut. This is no joke. Now it's time to grab a slab of acrylic, 3/4. Got a big chunk right there ready to go. Well, not quite ready to go. I'm gonna have to cut it. Alright, this piece is about to get hollowed out all the way almost to the bottom. So that piece can fit inside of it. Damn, that's a crater. damn shame I'm gonna be sanding this whole top. But it's alright, for the better, for the better. Good. So I'll probably end up cutting this right here so I can let these LEDs out. Plenty of room. Let's light it up. Ready? Here we go. Would you just look at that? Is that good, bud, or what?
Oh yeah.
I gotta see what this thing looks like in the Caddy, even though it's not ready to put together yet. Is that my handprint? We got a couple of hands. Go get some legs and some batteries. Grab a couple more amps, bring them over. Oh, shit! Wait, we're just mocking it up to make sure it all fits. It's got to come all the way back out, get worked on and wired some more, but I couldn't go home until I seen what it looks like in here. Let me do the top piece. Let's get more LEDs. I just have to get another strip out of the supply over there and bring them over. Oh, but hold on, I got more. Got the audio control. Goes up here somewhere.
So sick.
I do a little white base plate around this to match those. Oh yeah, it does need to be cut because it sits right above on this black thing. So I sunk this. This is 1 inch marine board here.
Nice.
I sunk that 3/4 inch piece down. Okay, so this is gonna get drilled. All right, that's what we got so far. We're poking right in between the two bucket seats. Anybody want to drop them seats down for me? Yeah. Okay, Jay, don't worry about getting that other seat for me or anything like that. Yeah. What's that? Oh, my back piece. So before this is all done, like I said, these are going to light up. These little legs, This top platform should be glowing a little bit. And the back piece as well is going to be on. This back piece needs to be modded a little bit before it's finished so it can sit up here. That's easy money. Just have to do it. A little miscalculation, but no big deal. One little cut at the bottom is going to fit nice and flush. And just to show you what's going to happen, I'm going to go in there and aim that camera at that middle leg. These should light up pretty nice. Did it?
Yep.
We got that there. These side ones here. That one light up too?
Yep.
And this one over here.
Super sick.
But of course, that's all more work. And you know, I'm gonna get it done eventually. For now, I'm out of here. Don't forget to watch the next video. Number 5. I will be utilizing those, I'm pretty sure. More than likely. Some little terminals hidden on the inside. A couple of set screws out here to hold the wires in. And I might not have to hook anything up to these out here. So that'll be nice. Let's plop it in so it can meet its brothers. Alright, it's all evened out. Feeling good. The way it's supposed to be. I've been working on the LEDs just a little bit. They're not permanent yet. When I take the whole rack out of here, I'll know where I want them and they're going to be where they're supposed to be. So they're hanging a little bit in some spots, but I'm getting the idea of what I want to do. And as you can see, it's working out pretty good. This is just the backside that no one will ever see right here. Now that this amp rack has been in the vehicle and I see that it's going to work out okay, I think. I also see a few things I need to change, a couple things I need to fix. That was the whole reason I even put it in there. And now it's out. We're going to do just that. Cut a little bit off of this, and the back piece will be good to go. Then I got a few more things I got to do. Perfect. Much, much better. Oh yeah. Little number 8 by 32 and a little tiny washer. So I do like the way this looks, but I think it'll pop a lot more if the bottom was white and not black. So I'm gonna cut a piece real quick. We'll slip it in there and we'll see. This stuff right here will do. It's just some white plastic material. I'm not even sure what it is. It might not even be a good idea to be cutting whatever this is, but I cut it and it cut fast. So I'm gonna get what I need out of this real quick. So as I put this thing together, it's going to change a bunch of times as I add more details, as I add more functionality to it. So this thing's back on the table. I'm going to put some pockets in it. Something for the batteries to sit inside of. And we got the topper over here. We're almost ready to go. It just drops right over the top of all that stuff. Well, I hope I did this right. Before I drop this thing in its permanent position and all the details get lost in the mix, because once it hits that white you might not be able to see all this pocketing as well. It's probably going to glow though. We got the mounting holes countersunk. We got the batteries going to drop down about 0.35 and they're going to get fastened in place from there. They'll never move. And we got wire guides. These little strips right here are to allow wires to pass through underneath those bottom amps. 10 gauge OFC all ferruled up. We got 12 gauge OFC all ferruled up. Looking real good, looking real good. I don't really like the green, so we'll put some heat shrink over all this to make it look the way it's supposed to. Just noticed the FedEx guy just showed up. Let's see what he's got. What's he got? What's he got? I think we got speakers. We'll get rid of that ugly green. Alright, these batteries have some nice side terminals so you can attach them together. They also got bottom ones too. And for this configuration, we're going to use the bottom ones. Those things are going to be so nice to have. I already started over here because I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to do it. Before I started filming, I want to make sure I was going in the right direction, and I think I am. So, time to attach some more of this Sky High 2-aught, link them all together, and send them up top. Got these little pieces here pre-taped. Right up in there. And right up in there. So those are a little bit of support. Even though it's going to be held on right here, it's just a little bit more support on the end so it doesn't fall apart. So I will be slapping LEDs right down the middle of this before this is finished, but I want to see how it fits. And it should fit good, I think. So I got these little notches right here. I don't know if you can see that on camera or not. LEDs are in. Time to pop the amps back into their spot and finish this job up. At least the LED portion. Got my boy Anthony over here whipping me up some custom length RCAs. Pretty badass. There and dog. I'm putting heat shrink on these wires when they really don't have a connector on them. They're going to go into a block, is because that tight bend, I don't really want to see any copper if it happens to poke out while it's making that tight bend. So that little bit of extra right there will be just enough to cover whatever happens when I pull it around and make that little 180. So let's slide them in their spot. It should fit good. Just short a little bit of black 2/0 to finish the job. In the meantime, I do have some white and black Sky High 8 gauge. This is going to be subwoofer wire for the top amps. Feeling like some white remotes. We'll skip on the blue remotes for this one. Gonna need a bunch of this. I don't even know how much. Alright, getting ready to cut these custom RCAs. And Dog's gonna handle that for me. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And optical in. The RCAs are on, looking good. Got to run the little phone jack for the ACR3 and some power to the processor. I feel like I'm fighting a python here. So as of right now, I am out of black 2/0. I'm about 8 feet short of what I need to do. And I got a little bit more white to do as well. But this is where I'm at so far. Amp rack's looking good. Fuse holders are sort of hooked up. Distro block for the ground sort of hooked up. This stuff is not tidy yet, but you can see we're getting there. We got custom length RCAs on this Audiocontrol DM810 processor. And this is about to be done up in white. They're doing me a custom one, all in white, with black lettering. Should be sick. It's going to take a couple weeks to get here, though. It's an easy swap on that cover. So close, so close. Before I end this video, let's change the colors a couple times and see what we got. We got red. Red's looking good. I like all the colors. We got blue. But most of all, I'm a big fan of just the white. And to be honest, it looks pretty damn good without the lights on it. I like it just like this. Shows off the copper a little bit better. So for right now, this is where I'm at. I can't finish it up. I can't even turn the amps on until I get those last 2 grounds. But you know we'll do that in a video coming up real soon. This thing's gonna spend some time on the test bench. I gotta make sure everything's working. Gonna make sure that processor is processing, doing what it's supposed to do. And of course I got those B2 audio subwoofers that showed up a couple days ago. I need to unbox those as well. So keep your eye out for that video. That's coming up real soon. And for right now, on a Saturday, short on wire, nothing else to do on this. I'm out of here. Time to go edit some video. Later. So with all this stuff in the front looking good, I have the business end to take care of. It's not too bad. Everything's wound up. Everything's where it goes. I got a bunch of LEDs. I gotta make sure that it's tucked away nice and clean, all the little modules. And I got a bunch of remotes I gotta run. So this is the plan. Got a little relay box here so I can actually shut the amps off when I need to. I don't need these big Class AB monsters on all the time. I'll be using this relay box right here in case I want to cut one of the amps off, and I'll also be using it to turn the LEDs on and off as well. Can't be using no toggle switch. We got to do this shit right. So here's the factory boxes that come with these LEDs. They're just some Amazon specials. They're cheap, they're easy to use, but I don't want these generic boxes just stuck to the side. We're gonna pull these things apart. We're gonna get down to the circuit board. We're gonna make like a little mount for them. That out, flat out. Just a little something I drew up real quick. Boy, right there. KK whipping them out. Thick. Much nicer than big ugly white boxes. For those mounting holes, but I'll glue it on there. One power wire in, that's it. I can ignore those jacks now. We're good to go. Something like this right here. Now, I haven't done a lot of talking about what the back of this thing looks like. It's a lot of work back there, the business end. There's a lot of wires going every single direction, and people form their opinions way before you're done about your wiring. So I didn't want to show anybody any of this stuff until I was actually ready to make a video of it. It's mostly tidy, it's mostly good to go. It does what it's supposed to do. It's all going to be hidden away, and I got a couple interesting little things that go with it. One thing I find interesting is I didn't really mean to match today. Me and these amps are like two peas in a pod today, I guess. Shout out to Connected Clothing. Yeah. What can I say, man? Let's turn this thing around. I'll show you what the back looks like. And then we're going to put it on the bench and get these needles moving. We're good to go. We got tweeters, we got 3s, we got 6.5s, we got subwoofers, subwoofer wire right here. We got my bass knob ready to go. We got the LED boxes, those little cheap little white boxes. They've been hardwired. Got this remote control box right here. Of course, I have a lot of remotes and a lot of stuff, so I have a relay wired into the system. Same thing over here. We got the subwoofer wire, mids, highs, tweets, all that stuff. We got one little only blue remote. This right here turns everything on. Obviously, as soon as that thing sees power, everything's gonna turn on. So we'll do that real quick. Just gotta hook this A10 up to my laptop sitting over there. Send all the crossovers. I'm gonna leave everything flat until I get it in the vehicle, but at least I'll have everything crossed over, every channel doing what it's supposed to do. And then we're gonna get these needles moving. And of course, since I'm using optical in, I'm gonna have to get optical from somewhere. I could use the RCA's, but they're not gonna be activated, so I got an idea. You know all about this, right? Got my iTunes right here, and this old monitor has optical out. So whatever's playing through this system is going up into that screen with an HDMI port, and then it's coming out here. So how convenient. What a great test bench. So we're gonna bring this over. We're just gonna temporarily plug it in. Now the Caddy's got the NavTV GM650 already in it, ready to go with optical out, and that's what's gonna happen. As soon as it's in the vehicle and it's ready to play, the optical cable is gonna come to the back and do exactly what we're doing. But for right now, we're just plugging it in off the bench and seeing if we can even get it to activate, get some sounds coming out of it. All right, we got the laptop ready to go. Just gotta plug in this little USB. This is just temporary, so audio control is on, fired up, ready to go. Got this little app. So long story short, just to make sure I had this right way before I started this video, I already went in here and started playing with it. So I'm gonna go in here and show you a couple things. The way it's set up right now, it's just basic crossovers, no tuning, everything's completely flat. I just had to get all the crossovers doing what they do, going to the right channels, and now that they are, I can show you exactly what's happening with this system. So optical only comes in on channels 7 and 8, so that's what I'm using, and it's called NavTV output because, well, it's coming in off the NavTV GM650. And then here we go with channels 1 and 2, tweeters, 3 and 4 are my 3-inch mids, 5 and 6 are my 6.5s, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all subs. They're all individual channels. I didn't want to run a bunch of Y adapters. That's the only reason I didn't just put them all on 10 or something like that. I could have easily done that, but it looks better populating all the RCA's and no Y adapters. They're all identical, so we're good to go. If you're familiar with my channel, you're well aware that I can't do any copyright music on this channel for longer than like 2 seconds, or else I'm gonna get popped for it. But this is all my favorite type of stuff right here. And since it's only gonna be needles right now, we can go ahead and play it. Let's see if we can get those things jamming. All right, play time. Turn the volume up a little bit. Uh-oh, we got needles. Well, so much for silence in here. We got machines running all day long, nothing I can really do about it. So, I'll just explain to you guys what's going on here. What we have here is channel 1 and 2, left and right tweeters. Channel 3 and 4, left and right 3s. Channel 5 is the left 6.5s. Channel 6 is the right 6.5s. And of course up top we got these right here. We got 7, 8, 9, and 10. 7, 8, 9, and 10 again are identical. But all these things are playing their own frequencies right now. You can see we got sounds coming through. I'm gonna go ahead and hook up this little coaxial speaker real quick and see if we got sound. So this is not going to sound awesome. I just want to see if the frequencies sound right. It's only a coaxial, and it's only going to be playing a portion of the 4-way signal that's coming through. So we got tweeters, we got 3-inch mids, and we got 6.5-inch mids, and we also got subwoofers. So we'll start out and see if the tweeters are tweeting. Sounds like they're tweeting. Wow, they're tweeting. I love it. All right, let's see about the 3-inch mids. All right, let's see about these 6.5s. Oh yeah. Oh dude. Then of course, we got the subwoofers too. Probably gonna break that speaker if I hook it up to this right now. It's playing, but we know that it's working because I can see the needles moving. It's all working perfect. It's all working great. Time to shut this off for the time being and open up some subwoofers. Let's see what we're working with over here. Oh, I got some new mids and highs too. It's gonna be on. They're here. You know what? I should unbox these things right on the pallet. That's plenty of room to work with. Let's do that. They're finally here. The SMD SK1 steak knives. Get yours at wccaraudio.com. Oh yeah. Oh, subs are here too. 612. Baby, what are you doing? Go. This came all the way from Denmark. 2 of these came from Denmark. The other 4 came from Sky High, Sparks, Nevada. He ran out. Damn, how many boxes are in here? No, dude. Are you serious? All right, that's not a box at least. So there's 1, 2, 3 boxes. And it says, oh, look at that. Oh no. All right. It's in there pretty good. That's really deep in that foam, so. I really got to box all 6 of these for you guys to get the idea. Man, well, that's what time lapse is for. Ready? They x-rayed this thing, decided to keep them for a couple extra days. I can't blame them. If I saw this coming through the x-ray, I probably would too. Still got here really fast from Denmark though. Right, so this is pretty much it right here. 6 Rampage 12s, power handling about 3,000 watts a piece, although they'll be underpowered. It's okay, they're never gonna break that I know of. So beautiful. I mean, these are some of the most stunning subwoofers I've ever seen. And I don't just say that. And they're going to be perfect for this build. Look at these damn beauties. I mean, I want to call them beasts, but they're so beauty. I don't know what you guys think, but I think it's a perfect match for the amps. This is going to get interesting real soon. The best part is this is almost done. Everything's self-contained right now. I just got to give it a little bit of signal and give it some juice from the alternator and build a box. But yeah. Just stupid. I got half of them on the back to Caddy in and slide this amp rack in and put these 12s in the back and just look for now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So in case you're new to my channel and you don't know why I did all that stuff in white and black and copper and stuff, well, this is the reason why. If you're not new, you already know, but if you're just now tuning in, pretty much have everything white and black, starting with the turbos and everything else that's underneath here. Try to slide it in. All the way in? Mostly?
Yep.
Alright. About it. Something like that. So this is the official plan, 612s. Don't know what I'm doing about the box yet. I got some ideas. I got to think about it for a little bit. But it'll definitely happen real soon.
I just love all the colors.
So that's about it for this video. I got a lot of thinking to do as far as this box is concerned. I got to get some wires over from the alternator up front back to the back here. I got to do some trickery to make this truck not flip out when it sees something higher than 16 volts. It looks like we're going to push 16.4, 16.5 into this system. Make sure you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification button, and don't miss out on this. That is if you like car audio the way I do. And I'm out of here. Heavy. Heavy bastard, huh? Alright, on camera this looks just like a piece of acrylic or maybe even a piece of wood with writing on it because it's brown. But 1-inch clear acrylic is no joke. It's pretty heavy. We're going to cut off a portion of what we need, bring it over to the CNC, and then make our cut from there. I ain't dragging this whole thing over there. It's going to probably try to tip that one. There we go. Do this, but I'm not 100% sure if those subs are even going to fit in those holes. So I'm going to sacrifice a piece of 1-inch MDF to make sure that it's good before I take the plunge, because that's easily $200 piece of acrylic I just cut. sure it's doing what it's supposed to do before I commit to this huge piece of acrylic. So far it looks good. All the mounting holes line up perfectly. I'm good to go. Might have to put a couple little tiny notches on the side where these gigantic terminals are at, because it's a little rough getting past those, but it would just take a little shaving just to make it right, and that's what I'll do, and that's the reason why I run these little tests way before I make the final cuts. Glad I did. And here we go, it's do or die. course, nothing is ever just that easy. I put a bevel in the front of this little design, and I forgot I had to do the back too, so it had to be flipped. I got a little flip trick. It's flipped. It's gonna get beveled, should look good. Alright, we got a bevel on both sides, and that little lip is cleaned up. Kill two birds with one stone. Brand new. Of course, what I was making over there was a little jig so it can help me drill straight holes into the acrylic, because all that stuff on the side will be seen. I can't have crooked bore holes, so this works great. Already put together a couple rows of these just to make sure that it was going to work. But I just had to make sure it worked before I continued filming. So I do have a lot of this put together still. As you can see, we're countersunk 1/4 by 20, 1.5 inch long, countersunk pretty deep into that 1-inch acrylic. Time to get busy. What you got for me, Kay? Oh man, look at that. That's gonna fit right up in there too, man. Look at that thing. Pop it in, let's see. Go right there, man, right there. Ah, nice. Beautiful, bud, thank you. Yeah. Right on, right on. All right, here's a little trick of the trade. Want to make a little depth gauge, an easy one? Just grab you a little piece of heat shrink. I got some sky high heat shrink sitting over here. I cut it off to about where I want it, about how deep I want this to go. It's important that all these holes are about the same depth because you'll really see it if I don't. So that's how I'm doing it. Perfect depth every time. side one for right now, just because I got to see it, but I got to resist the temptation on the rest of them. So as of today, this is where I'm at with this. Hundreds of bolts drilled and tapped. Speakers, panels, everything. I'm not ready to peel this paper off yet, but you get the idea right here. Don't worry about all that mess. That's just some WD-40 from tapping and drilling. Gotta be careful with this stuff. So I absolutely cannot wait to peel this paper back and see what it looks like. But I have to be smart about it. I gotta wait until the right time to do it because this stuff is still vulnerable. You just look at it wrong and it scratches. So I got a little bit of routing to do on this thing. I'm gonna knock the corner off just a little with a 45. Gonna make it look good, even though that's probably gonna all be hidden at the very end. I gotta pull this box completely apart, 100%. The only reason I drilled and tapped everything and attached it together while the paper was still on, I need all that stuff to line up 100% perfectly before I bond it, because I can't go in there later and drill more holes. I'm gonna end up screwing something up and have a bunch of shavings in between the seams or something like that. So that's why I did it the way I did it. Everything's lining up very perfectly. Everything is dropping into place. I don't have to try to reach for any holes. They're all right where they're supposed to be. So in the next couple of days, I'm gonna be pulling this box all the way apart, peeling the paper off, bonding it together, and putting the bolts back in. so it should get interesting. There's so many bolts in this box. I am just completely over it. But at least all the drilling and tapping is done. I'm happy about that. In a couple of days, I'm gonna have more progress. We'll be able to see what this looks like with everything pulled off of it. And of course the woofers inside of it. It's gonna be kind of cool. Just wait and see. super clean. Couldn't ask for any better, at least out of me anyways. Shit's super clean. Can't even see where it's bonded at. Don't even really need these bolts, but I like them. And they're helping me seat this stuff together, but I could take them out and it wouldn't make any difference at this point. But I think they're gonna look pretty cool. far enough along to where I think I can peel the paper now. So here we go. I'm not ready to peel the bottom off yet because I don't want it to get scratched before I stick the mirror down there, but this is an idea of what it's looking like. Everything came out good. All the glue joints are looking pretty nice. Everything's worked out pretty good. Got 3 subs in, 3 to go, but those are just sitting in by gravity. I'm gonna have to bore the holes out a little bit so they can fit the bolts that I'm using. So as for today, I'm about done. Got more work to do. I got the back panel to do.
AAA Auto Insurance isn't just about protecting metal and glass. It's about the people inside the car. Peace of mind that no other insurance can match. Plus, for the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on. And so that's
Solid as a rock. This thing ain't going nowhere. Try to keep set aside from here. Set right on here. Okay, set down. You let go of it. Okay, thank you. I can go on cleaning this thing all day, every day, and still find smudges, but it's about as good as it's going to get for today. We're all peeled. We're just about ready for some subwoofers. Everything's looking good. Hopefully it'll sound good. I think it will. Alright, this thing's looking about as good as I could expect it to. Most of the seams are pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it so far. One thing I want to do before I end this video, before I start loading subs, before I start wiring it up, before I start adding a few other things to it, I want to bring it out to the Caddy to see how it fits, see what it looks like in there, and see what my options are going to be. Let's do that real quick, real quick, real quick. Alright, Kay, you ready to do this? Yep. Alright, let's pop it in. Where it's gonna sit too. Almost like it was meant to be. Of course, I got trim work to do on the edges and some stuff on the top, make it look like it belongs. Some blacks, some whites, some Escalade-esque type of stuff maybe. But pretty happy with the fitment. I like it. It's good in there. Let's shut this and see what it looks like. Right about the hatch line. Not too bad. So the plan is to put mirrors on the bottom and both sides. You really don't need to see the old hole where the jack was stowed at, and you don't need to see my rear air conditioning stuff. And the mirrors are going to make it look like the woofers are just going forever. so I don't really want to see the carpet on the bottom either. So mirrors from the bottom, mirrors on the sides, and some trim work, and we should be ready to load the woofers up and put it back in here. We're getting closer, we're getting closer. Alright, that was interesting. It fits in good, I love it. Now it's time to pop some subs in. But before I do that, I'm gonna have to hone all of them out. I gotta be able to fit those 1/4x20 bolts that are going in there. Probably could have used something a little bit smaller, but I got a little bit over ambitious with it, like I always do. But either way, they're gonna hold really nice. With that being said, let's go. Got the extendo kit for the forks. Should be able to reach right into the hatch and grab that box out, no problem. Not even getting near the Caddy. How convenient. 10:15 a.m. making spacers. Sometimes, even the best of us have issues we got to deal with. It's not the issues, it's what you do about them that matters the most. It's all good though, we're good. So I don't know how I did it, but I miscalculated the size of these motors by just enough to ruin my day. And they were touching. So, logic says, make a spacer. And I did. Quick little spacer right there. Then the rest of my trim can go around that spacer. Won't even be that noticeable, I don't think, at all. And it totally saved the day. Look at that, we got clearance, barely. Let's see what's cooking back over here on the CNC machine. So obviously I already did the first one before I started filming. So I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be a problem. So we got 3/4 inch HDPE with a countersink and a couple little bevels and the knots to go around the terminals. We're good to go. Baby chilling. Perfect little spacer rings. Gets me out of that little jam. I'm good to go. Time to drop some speakers in and maybe do a little bit of wiring today. Just 6 of these to put in. No big deal. No big deal. Wires are kind of big, so everything is behind the terminal. It's hard to see, but they're there. Gives it a nice little hidden look too. That sound. All good. You're all right. You're all right. Good. Perfect, thank you. Yeah. So, you know, we're working on stuff. I'm working on stuff, and I scratched my box, and I know exactly who to call. I mean, I'm over here thinking I'm good, thinking I know what I'm doing, and bam, box is scratched. 911, what do I do, Bobby? Have Colt fix it. I requested Colt in the beginning, man, but yeah, Colt's over here getting a little scratch out for me. If you don't know, this is the reason why your box is $5,000, because I can survive on a little scratch, but the customer ain't. So, hell yeah. Gately Audio, Colt for the win.
You got an M12?
Oh yeah, man. Get me out of a sticky situation with that scratch. I'm not even going to show it to you guys. Maybe I'll flash a picture across the screen. But it's going to be a lot better, I think.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. So it ain't all over with. It ain't a complete disaster yet, Colt. We're going to survive?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. See, because it's not all about building the box. It's about fixing your fuck-ups. And yeah, I messed up a couple of times today. These guys, they didn't get good by just reading the book. They got good by messing things up and fixing it and making it right. So, hey, here we are. Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate you guys showing up.
My pleasure, man.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get this thing fixed so I can get out of this sticky situation today.
Are you taking notes, bro?
Chaining Colt to the fucking
Hell yeah.
Forklift. Don't let me get off of this forklift right now.
Oh boy.
Don't tell me how to do something you've never fucking done.
Yeah. Are you talking to me or people out in YouTube land?
Everybody in fucking the internet world.
Hey, I never tell you what to do, man.
I know you don't.
I come for advice, man.
Yeah. Oh, I call
this is the grand finale right here, Colt?
Nope, almost.
Oh. Hell yeah, man. Look at that. Little scratch is gone. Dude, that already looks beautiful.
Almost there.
Yeah.
Number 2, and then it should be way better.
There's the grand finale right here, and the scratch is gone. Hey, Bobby, thank you for coming over and getting rid of my scratch for me. I appreciate that, man. I mean, Colt. Yeah. Hell yeah. And you guys are the best.
It's all gone.
All gone.
Here's a nice wipe down. Really ready to rock and roll. Look at that. No seam.
Oh yeah, dude. Okay, for real, man. Colt, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, dude.
It's all good.
Bad as hell, dude. Dude, that is gone. Yeah. That thing was gonna be totally in the danger zone too. Or not the danger zone, but the visual zone.
Yeah. Sorry, I made a mess.
No, you're good, man.
But that's what it takes.
We'll get Brandon to pick it up. The subs are in the box. The bottom ones are mounted. They're not going nowhere. The top ones, they're not mounted yet. I need to put some gaskets on these woofers. I didn't really pay attention to the fact that it's metal to plastic. So they all kind of got to come back out. Put my laser cut cork gaskets that I'm going to make back in there. And then put them in. Of course, I got wiring to do. You can see I started it on the bottom 3. I got a lot more ahead of me to go. So moving on to some more cool stuff. Made a few changes to the amp rack. As you saw in the previous videos, has some of these connectors on there. These are Sky High Car Audio 1/0 to 2/0 adapters. But this little radius right here is a little aggressive. It looks good, I like it, but it comes out too far and it takes away space that I need, valuable space. It hits a seat and it chews up about 2 inches that I need. So instead of these, which stick straight out, and it means I have to turn a 180-degree corner, I had my buddy Kong from Fast Precision make me these little 90s. So a little bit different, but of course, you know, these aluminum ones are just for practice. We got copper. Damn, look at that. Yeah. Hey, thanks Kong, you're the man. I appreciate you, dude. Fast Precision, Sacramento, California. You want the best, you know who to get a hold of. So anyhow, let's put these things in there and see what a difference they make as far as bending the block with that big thick ass wire. Now you might be wondering, why did I jump straight from the box right back to the amp rack in the same video? Well, the answer to that is when I first fire this box up and I test it and I play with it and I see what it's going to do, I'm going to be playing off of this amp rack, not an amp on the bench like I typically would. There's no sense of putting an amp on that test bench when I've got 4 of them sitting here pre-wired on lithium batteries ready to go right now. So I'm gonna have to modify these little bottom guys real quick. I'm gonna have to cut the wires so they come straight down, and from there I'll be ready to start messing with the woofers again. And I have one more little surprise, a little something that Audiocontrol did for me. It's a one-off, so if you want one, don't be bugging them about it. Get out your rattle can and make you one. But check this out, you're gonna love this. That is, if you're into this build the way I am. If you don't know anything about this build, you're probably ain't gonna love it, you're probably ain't gonna care. But check this out. If you followed this entire build, you know that one kid is doing his own thing, and that's this Audiocontrol DM810. It's an amazing processor, but the color just doesn't match. It's black, so that's okay, I can leave it like that. But a little something just showed up in the mail. Oh yeah, look at that. Powder coated and re-silk screened white DM810 cover. I gotta put this thing on. Alright, so as you can see, these are going to be much nicer. Something like that right there. Much cleaner, much cleaner. Much better, much better. blocks in. Got a lot less of a turn. Straight down in. Looks a lot cleaner. Buys me my space back. And of course, we got the frosty white Audiocontrol DM810. And of course there's this. Oh yeah. Next, I got wiring on the box. I'm going to test all this stuff right here on the bench, make sure it's all playing right, and then we'll start bringing it over to the Caddy once and for all. Try. Thanks, bud. Gonna need 3 more of them, though. Oh yeah, he's gonna work good. That'll work. Got 3 more over there cooking just in case I need them, but I'm gonna fire it up and see if these things even leak before I even worry about any of that. And it's time to start thinking about pre-wiring these subs too, getting them ready for the terminals. Terminals. This one's kind of a hard reach, so just so the terminals go in those little side slots. You ready? Alright, all I got left to do is hook this up and the terminal cup. A gang of wires hanging out. Each one of these woofers is in parallel and then seriesed back to 1.5 ohms per set. Best way to achieve that is going to be with this SMD DCL 4.2. This makes my life easy. From there, it's going to go to this terminal cup. And then from there, this box is going to be wired up, ready to play. That's all mounted in. Some 832 Allen head bolts, stainless. Little miniature versions of the bigger ones I'm using. And we got a DCL 4.2. It's time to clean these wires up. This is not going to be fun. 3 subs are hooked up, the last 3 getting ready to go in the terminals right now. It's too much of a mess for anybody to really understand what I'm doing.
Alright, this thing's wired up. We're going to give it a little test fire. See how it sounds? I got exactly 1.5 ohms on each one of these terminals, so it's perfect. And these 1500.2s are rated for 2 ohms bridge, so that's less than it's supposed to be, but it should be okay, maybe. Alright, here we go. Turn that all the way down in case something crazy happens. And we got a little bit of DJ Billy E. got a B2 audio 3-way set sitting right there. It's playing, I can hear it. And some LEDs to this box, make it really pop, and then I can start thinking about bringing it over to the Escalade. But for now, that's it. We're wired up, we're fired up, we're playing, and it's all good. Yeah. last time we did it. Ready? Go. Here, kid, come on. Take that, that's good. Alright. Thank you. Fuck yeah. So we're going to kind of hang it without sticking the whole thing. Put yourself pretty much right in that corner. Should be something like that, huh? What's that? Makes it look like from this side. Oh yeah. Cool. On this side. Okay, pull the board. Ready? Ready, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got it. Okay, nice and slow. Nice and slow, nice and slow. Now we're up here. There we go, guys. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Okay. Yep, we're good. Oh yeah. Alright, one last thing before I end this video, move on to something else. As you saw, I changed out this white cover. I love it. I'm looking at the black guts and I'm like, okay, that still matches everything. Black, white, everything else. I didn't know that I had this thing in the box too. I didn't know that was in there. It was at the bottom. I just found it. So guess what? I'm going to put that on there. I got to complete the look. I do like the white with the black, so I'm not against it, but they did this, and I'm going to put it on. Much better, much better. Look at that thing. Beautiful. Look at this thing. This thing's beautiful inside and out. I think I actually like the white better than the black now that I look at it. Oh, it's perfect. So there it is, the way it's supposed to be. The DM810, all white, looking all right. Matches really nice. And with that, we are on to the next stage. Stay tuned and see what that next stage is. I'm out of here. By now, you're probably wondering just what the heck I'm doing. I'm about to show you. So I took 3 groups of 2 and bolted them together just for ease of working with stuff so it won't fall apart. And now that I know that they're going to be kind of stable like this, now I'm going to see how they bolt into the little bracket I'm making. So we got this here. Something like that. All right, now that I think this is going to work, let's make it out of metal. Do some aluminum.
their bass player is increasing. They are going to studios and just kids, and I know that whatever we come out with.
The wires are not where they're supposed to go yet. They're going to go where they need to go soon, but this is the direction that we're heading. This little top goes right back on. I'm going to have a third post. It'll be 16.5 coming in and 14.5-ish coming out. No problem. The ground's going to stay the same. Sick. Ooh, like a glove, look at that. Quick trip over to the laser and we got some more cool stuff. We got this. We got this. We got this. And a couple of these. Let's start putting this together real quick. You can sort of see what's going on here now. It's starting to make a little bit of sense. We got bus bars. This is all attached now. White insert, black trim. Now it's time to start pulling these wires out and cleaning them up and bringing them out to the bars. Fun times. Power in, power out.
Leo's got a book coming out. He's no longer with us. He passed, what, 9 years ago? And he's got an autobiography coming out in July. Hell yeah. Ronnie, please give me a reason to find out if I can still read.
Much better, much better. Now we're just gonna pop the lid on and call this project done. Just like that. Now I guess all that's left to do is to put a little load on it, put a little bit of juice in it, and see if it works. Alright, let's go ahead and test what's coming out of this battery, what the Escalade thinks it's going to be getting. Now I have more to do before this thing is ready to go in the vehicle. If for real, it has to be on this bench, and I gotta put a load on it. I'm gonna make it nice and toasty and see how long it lasts. See if it does good. See if I can keep it under control with this fan. I'm hoping that all the work I put into it will pay off, but you never know. These things are made to make heat. That's what they do. That's all they do is make heat. So if I can keep that under control, I think I'll be good, but only one way to find out. Start with the bench way before the Caddy. Time to clear off the bench a little bit and find something to load this down with and just let it go for a while. That's all I really can do for right now. Sound Digital Evo 12,000.1. We'll throw this on the 81 down here and just load it down. See how it does. Alright, we got the 12,000D hooked up. Just being on, this thing's pulling a couple amps. And we got some bass mechanic.
Radio Big 500s, the lifestyle is like sweet honey with $1 million hole, nigga dummy load and just warm everything up and see what happens, and then once it warms up I'm going to cool it back down again, see if that even works. Oh, look at that, 87, 90. They definitely went up a little bit. Cool. We get them nice and toasty and then I'm going to cool them back down again with the fan, see if that even works. Let's put it on this thing. So I got this thing just cruising at 135. We're at 40 hertz.
And we're pushing about 1560 watts. Oh, it'll do a lot more than that, of course. But I'm trying to put a load on this step down bank. I'm not trying to win any contests. All right, so it's been on for about, I don't know, 10 minutes. We'll wait till it gets about 120 up in here. I'm gonna turn the fans on and see if I can bring it back down again. Ooh, she's warming up though, I'll tell you what. We're still pushing 134 amps. And we're on repeat, 40 hertz. We're about 120 and climbing. Let me cool it down real quick and see if this fan helps at all. All right, that fan is on. It's blowing hard. It's actually sucking air out of the chamber, not pushing it in. And yeah, this thing was up near 130 a second ago, and it's already dropped down like crazy. I like it a lot. I'm gonna take the fan back off and watch it climb. Fan is off. All right, now I got this thing pushed up to about 166 amps. Try to warm this thing back up again. Pop the fans back on. 137. I can feel a lot of heat coming out of this chamber, so that fan is definitely working. Before I sit here and torture this thing all day long and torture my dyno, I'm going to take my clamp out to the truck and turn on all my accessories and see what kind of amperage it's actually pulling. And that'll determine what I have to test this at, and then I'll overdo it a little bit more than that. But I don't think it's doing 166 in the truck. I mean, this is literally a minute after I just got done showing you guys the other stuff. Fan's definitely working. If you didn't know by now, this is the vehicle all that stuff's going in. So let's find out how much juice it needs, and then I'll test that step down box at that amperage, maybe a little bit more, and we'll see how it does. So we'll put this right around the alternator's positive wire. That's where all the juice is going to be coming from. We had nothing pretty much. Brandon, you want to start this truck up for me? Okay, so this is upside down. I'll have to read it to you if you don't know how to read it upside down. Now go ahead, Brando, fire it up. All right, so what do we have? 54 amps with nothing really on. The radio might be playing a little bit, but it's not up very loud. So 54 amps. All right, Brando, go ahead, pop those lights on. Turn it all the way to the right. Okay, so 56. About 56 amps. All right, now we're going to turn the air conditioner on all the way front and back. Okay, just give it some gas. Heated seats on, AC front and rear. Bring it up to like 2,000. Everything on 110. I can feel these fans blowing on my hand. So everything that would possibly take juice is on right now. All right. I guess if I pop that thing on about 115 to 120 and just let it go, let it self-cool, let it do what it's gonna do, I'll know if it's gonna work or not. Or at least I think I'll know. So now that I know that 120 is kind of on the high side, let's go ahead and put it at about 125 to 130 and just let it go. Cool it, heat it, cool it, heat it, just heat it. See what happens. So here we are back at the bench. We're pushing a nice 126. It's higher than anything that was in the Caddy. All the stock stuff anyways. And we're just gonna keep our eye on it. Gonna watch the temps. 115, 116. Saw 117. All right, it's been a little bit. My 81 is at 153 degrees. We're still pushing some juice. Okay, set the chamber a little bit higher. See, it's blowing a little bit. It's cooling down, it's self-cooling, but it's barely turning right now. Let's crank this thing up until it does what it's supposed to do. All right, let's crank it up. So here we go. All right, 123 amps. Fan's not even turning at all. Everything's automated, so give that a little bit more juice, make that chamber a little warmer. Oh yeah, look at that. We put 155 amps through that bitch. See how quickly we can get it to go. I don't know if you can see that or not. 155.2. Fan's turning. It's gonna blow a lot faster once it reaches its 100% mark. Yeah, it's barely turning. I mean, I'm having a hard time getting that fan up to 100% because it's cooling the chamber down. So I'm gonna disconnect this fan for a second. Let it warm up in there. There we go. So I'm getting some pretty good readings. About 120 degrees in the chamber. Let's see if it'll cool down. Oh yeah. 75 degrees on the amp dyno. As you see, the fan's full speed, blowing the paper off of it pretty much. And we're cooling down. We were at 130 when I popped those fans back on. So it's a 20-degree reduction in heat in just a minute or two. You can feel that. And once this thing cools down, the fans should slow down to nothing and shut off. That's the beauty of the TM1. All right, enough playing around. One more ultimate torture test before I'm convinced. Let's get this TM1 into the red. Let's get it into the 200 range or higher, and then see how fast we can cool this thing down. Oh man, I'm scared. Okay, here we go. We're gonna turn this back on, put some amperage into the box. So we turn that up to about 120 amps just to see how quickly we can get it up there. We're gonna disconnect this fan. This time I'm not gonna turn it back on until it hits the red. Might take a minute, so I'm gonna fast forward through this. As you can see, 122, 122 amps. So I gotta be honest, the reason why I'm doing this ultimate torture test is because I accidentally knocked the TM1 off the power source a little bit ago. And when I did that, that means no fan. Well, this thing was torture testing while I was over there doing something else with no fan on. And I came back and it was in the red, all the way in the 220s. So I turned the fan on and watched how fast it cooled down. So I figured, you know what? We're gonna reenact this and do it one more time. Watch this thing. Watch how fast this box cools down. It's getting hot in there. Oh yeah. Getting nervous. 210. As soon as that thing hits 220, I'm turning on the fans. Come on, 220. Oh, it's hot in there. I can feel the heat coming out without the fan. Oh, here we go. We're cooling it down, you guys. Going down fast. Still pushing 115.2 amps. Back in the blue. Yeah. Yeah, it's blowing so hard right now. We're gonna bring it all the way to 100. So it's gonna be a 120-degree difference. $110. So now it's 110 degrees cooler than what it was. Trying to hit that 100 mark. $120-degree difference, just like that. Got to give up love to this Sound Digital amp. I mean, continuous 40 hertz all afternoon. I've only turned it down a couple times to let the 81 cool down. And yeah, we're at 190, 191. Oh yeah, I'm shutting her down. Yeah, that's way too much. I don't want to do it. I don't want to break it. Even though 200 is okay, and supposedly it will shut itself off. I don't want to do that though. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pause that for a little bit. Whoop. Yeah, we're done with that. So I'm going to spend the rest of the day torturing this and make sure that it's cooling down. But right now, I think I'm good to put it in the vehicle. But I got other stuff to do before that happens, like put the new alternator in and get the external regulator working. That's going to be coming up real soon. So thanks for watching, and until the next time, I'm out of here. Yeah. Sunday morning, I'm over here at the shop. Got some Casey Kasem, American Top 40 on the radio, and I got a little bit more work to do over here. I just want to give everybody the update because I know you're probably like, what's going on? It's been 10 days. Well, I have been working, but I have so much testing to do that it's really not nothing that I can show on video. I'll show you what I'm doing right now, but it's been 2 days solid of testing to make sure that everything works before I actually put it in the vehicle. I don't want to get in the vehicle and then have problems and then regret doing this. I want to make sure that it's all great. I plop it in, it's going to stay great. So if you want to see what I'm up to, let's go. Alright, if you haven't been following my Instagram channel and the things that I've been posting, here's pretty much the rundown of what's been happening. Alright, we got this over here. We got the new Mechman alternator in. It's actually working pretty good. The factory plug has to be popped out, and since I'm running an external regulator, which I shoved right over there, it's got its own field wire and everything else, so I will end up with a battery light until I can figure out how to shut that off. But the battery light is pretty tame in this truck. My instrument cluster is basically a TV screen. It's all one big screen, so when the battery light is on, it's not really like a big light bulb in front of my face going battery light. It's just like a little thing in the corner. You can't even really tell it's there. So I think I can probably deal with that until I figure out how to shut it off. If I have to deal with it until I make this thing stock again, well then I guess I'll do that too. But anyhow, this is what else is going on. So I realized I'm probably going to have a 12 volt battery somewhere in here to support my starter and everything else, because I don't want to pull the starter through the box. It can handle it, but it's not really good for it. You can tell that it's struggling a little bit through it. So we're going to leave a 12 volt battery in this spot. I'm actually going to get the Titan 8 4800, the stock size battery for this, but it's lithium, and it's going to go in this spot. So I'm taking this out, putting the lithium in, and I'll have a 12 volt source. Everything else on that rack, there's 5 14 volt batteries that charge at 16.XX, 16.2, 16.3 is what I'm probably going to be shooting for. So 12 volt battery that charges at 14 plus, 14 volt batteries that charge at 16 volt plus. And the step down box, unfortunately I'm going to have to move it somewhere else. And it's no problem, I don't mind. I got a couple good spots planned. In the past week I've also done other testing. I ran a temperature sensor into the engine compartment, and I stuck the probe right there in the corner where the air intake for that step down module would be. At about 70 degrees outside, sitting still for 15-20 minutes, it rose up to about 100 degrees in there. As soon as I took off, it went straight back down to 70 degrees, and it was actually trying to go a little cooler than that. So I was a little bit surprised. But I do live in Sacramento, so it gets to be over 100 degrees in the summertime, 115 at times. So I'm not so sure I like that area for the heat. I'm pretty sure I could do something about it if I really wanted to push the issue. I could probably cool it down. In fact, I even thought about water cooling it somehow, and that sounds like a fun little project, but I ain't got time for all that. I just want this working. So I'm gonna have a badass 12 volt lithium battery from XS Power. It's gonna match the ones in the back, other than it's 12 volts and those are 14 volts, and I'm gonna stash that box somewhere. So as far as cooling is concerned, this thing is a success. It keeps itself nice and cool. I'll show you what I was doing during testing, but as long as I'm not adding any extra heat, any crazy heat like the engine compartment, and I do have twin turbos in here. The pipes are ceramic coated, so it's okay. It's not going to be as hot as it could be, but it's still hot. So I'm going to move this either to the back underneath the vehicle, or I got a big hollow spot up front, and I'm leaning towards the front. So what I did was I bypassed the positive wire that used to go to the 12 volt battery. Now it's going up over the fender, and it's going to the back of the block on the drop down box. From there, I got another positive wire that's going to go to the back of the vehicle, and that's going to charge the 14 volt batteries at 16.3 or so. So the truck is going to be set at 16.3. Right now mimicking what's going to happen once it's in the vehicle. But after it goes through this block, if you watch my last video, you'll see how this works. It's going to come out of the top, which is right here, and then it's going to go back to the vehicle itself. So now the truck thinks it's getting that alternator without the step down, but it's stepped down. Of course, I got other wires here too as well. I got relays, I got the external regulator. It's completely rigged up. When it's all working and I'm happy, it's going to be super nice, but we're so rigged up right now, it's crazy. I got a positive wire right here. This one right here is going through the relay, and that's what's turning the regulator on. That's coming down here, that's going over to the positive of the 16 volt side. And off to the amplifiers it is. So the truck's going to get 14 something. The amp rack's going to get it 16 something, just like I planned. So let's fire this thing up. I'll show you guys what I'm working with. Then I'll take all this contraption apart, bring it over to the lift, and run it all nice, including some sky-high 4-aught cable from the back to the front, or I should say from the front to the back. So that 12 volt battery is staying up front, and that's going to be real nice because when I go to turn the starter, it's not going to pull all the juice through that step down box. It's just going to pull it off the battery. And as soon as I cut the key off, I'm going to use this old school solenoid. It's 150 amps. It's basically a big fat relay, and I'm going to separate the 16 volt side from the 14 volt side. That way they're not interacting all night long on each other, and the smaller side is pulling the bigger side down. They're just cut off. I'm going to turn the key on, and as soon as I do that, this thing's going to get triggered, and these two posts right here are going to engage, and they're all going to play together nice, and everything's going to be good. And as soon as I'm done and I shut it off, they disengage, and they're their own separate units. So it's sort of like a battery isolator. That's actually what it's doing. That's going to be coming up as I mount the step down box somewhere in the vehicle. You'll see that soon. So before I start it, just to kind of show you what's happening, we got .5 on this side, and we got 12.8 on this side. Truck's not running, obviously. So let's start it up, see what we got. So as you can see, that little battery light right there isn't that big of a deal. It's just kind of over there. I'm not really sweating that too much. So that's an older AGM XS Power D4800 that's in there right now. My idle voltage should be higher than that, around 13.8 to 14 or so. With everything on, with the vehicle using power and stuff, it's going to be a little bit lower than what it was when it was just sitting there. But it's okay because the truck only needs about 13 volts to run, and I don't care. The truck can have whatever it wants. As long as my system has the 16 volts that I want, then I'll be happy. And the reason I'm not pushing 17 volts to that thing like I really want to is because, well, I'm gonna give you guys a little hint. This truck does not like anything higher than 15.7 volts. Wanna know how I found out? I'll tell you. So I figured since I already had a battery light on and I'm bypassing the stock alternator wire, who cares? Let me put 16 volts on this thing and see what happens. And if it can take it, I'll just put another 14 volt battery underneath the hood, push 16 volts and be done with it without the step downs. Well, here was my findings. I'm not gonna do it right this second because I have this where I want it. But as I turn this, the external regulator will allow me to crank it up as high as I want, almost to 19 volts. So I don't want that. But turning the truck up to 16 volts, it actually worked. I had 16 volts on the dash. I actually brought it up to 16.3, right where those amps are about to cut off. So I was really happy. I'm taking photos of it. I'm like, wow, I'm gonna send this to everybody. Check this shit out. And well, I went to turn on my air conditioner, my fan, and the other accessories so I could see what kind of amp draw I'm getting, and well, I didn't have any of that anymore. It all shut off. I was like, oh no, talk about shit in a biscuit. Well, I started to turn the voltage back down again, and as soon as it hit 15.7-ish, everything came back on again. 15.8, it all cut off. 15.7, back on again. So the computer is like, nah, I ain't having it. So if anybody out there is a certified GM tech that knows so much about the electrical that they know how I can shut that light off and how I can make the air conditioner and all that work past 16 volts, let me know. I'll make some more changes later. But for right now, that's where I'm at. So my amps, they cut off at about 16.3, they go into protect, and well, the truck cuts off at 15.7. Hey, you just found that out from me. All right, so I got this ready to go, the TM1, and we're monitoring this box. It's not monitoring yet because I unhooked it. So, all right, so we're running about 13.4. The box is on. Fan's already turning because I got it set for 80 degrees. So this thing's gonna start cooling down as soon as it starts seeing 80 degrees and slowly ramp itself down if it's not. If I want to turn that voltage up a little bit, okay, so now the vehicle itself is getting 14.2 volts. Over on that side, we got a respectable 16.5 over here. If you watch my previous videos, you'll see this bank a little bit better, but I'll show it to you a little bit. So there's 5 XS Power Titanate S6s back there. Batteries, they like it. The amplifiers, they go into protect at about 16.3, so I have to back this down to about 16.2, which means that voltage has to come down, but it's okay. Somewhere in the 13s is more than enough for the vehicle, as long as I get this. And I'll have that knob inside the vehicle, so if I feel compelled to put 14.9 to the vehicle and 17 to the back battery bank without the amplifiers on so they won't go into protect, just give them a really good charge, I can do that. So I think we're gonna be good to go. Right now, got the truck running, the headlights are on, and there's the amperage it's pulling. Let's turn everything in the vehicle on and let this box warm itself up and cool itself down. So I'm going to turn the AC on. Make sure all the fans are kicking up front. Okay, so the AC is on. You can hear it. Turn these heated seats on. All right, 64 amps. Let's turn the rear air on. Both defrosters are both on right now. All right, here we go. Woo! 103 amps. That's every single thing I can think of on. We're just gonna let this box do its thing. It reached 90. Fan's blowing hard. Should just stabilize itself. I'm just gonna leave all this stuff on. Matter of fact, I never use the rear defroster, and I don't really know if it's gonna bubble up my tin or not, so I'm gonna turn that part off. There we go. Now I know this box can take it, but this would be the craziest scenario I probably would have this truck in. About 90 amps. It actually was about 96 amps when I had that battery hooked up when I was testing earlier. So that thing might be on its way out. Plus batteries are a load anyways. But there we go, look at that. We're holding steady. In case you don't know, the TM1 is monitoring the temperature on the box and is slowly ramping the fan up as it gets hotter. So the hotter it gets, the more that fan turns. And I chose 80 degrees as my main mark. So right now it's pretty much probably about 85%. I'll adjust that as time goes, but for me, I don't mind it being on. It'll be underneath the truck. I don't mind it kicking on as soon as the vehicle's running. As you can see, I turned the amplifiers on. They are class A/AB. They use juice just being on. So they're doing a little bit of pulling over here as well. I'm right at 16.33. I know one of these amps will probably go into protect soon if I keep it up like that. So I'm gonna back this down to 16.2. Something like that should be good. They'll like it. And like I said, I can turn that knob and bring these batteries up to something a lot higher. Give them a really good charge when I need to. But they're doing great at 16 volts anyways. They won't need a lot more than that. And we're just letting this thing do what it does. 90 amps. It's trying to reach 100 degrees. I spent the last 4 or 5 days doing what I'm showing you right now, doing all the testing. I'm not so sure I gotta spend all day doing this and film every moment. I just really want to let you guys know what I've been up to, what kind of testing I've been doing. This Escalade is doing great. Everything that I've been doing, I let this thing run for like 5 hours. I let it idle for 5 hours and watch those temperatures. It didn't get past 100, and it was kind of warm out the other day. So this thing can get up past 150 and be just fine. Those modules are rated to go up to 300. So if that box is sitting at 100, 120, on its hottest day 140, but that fan is moving air and it's someplace else besides the engine compartment, it should do great. So the Caddy is getting ready to go over on the lift. I gotta start thinking about running some wire. I'm gonna make a badass little bracket on my fiber laser for that little step down module. It should be kind of cool. But you know what? Before I end this video, I'm gonna pull the optical cable out of the Escalade and bring it out to the amp rack. See if those needles even get to moving. They should. This thing's basically self-contained. It just needs a signal and some positive and negative from the front, which it has right now. So while I'm showing you how rigged up my truck is, we'll just pull off some panels here and not care. We got the NavTV GM650 all tucked away. We got a nice little remote wire right there, tucked away, ready to go. I did this install a while ago in anticipation of this build. So I've got a optical cable right here coming off of that. That thing right there is connected to the factory head unit, and I'm getting as clean of a signal as you possibly can get. Flat, clean, unequalized, non-bows, ready to go. And see this red dot? That's tunes.
Just a kid from down to GA, overwhelmed by the chains. I got treated like fun by the other kids. My brother wasn't in the same school to pretend he's 6th grade every day. Press rewind. Happiness I had only lasted a second. Mom and dad separated. Forgive me when better than my legs, no fever, the state of once, no days off, tripping skin, corner in my bone. Of course, my voice made shit, needed restoration, had to rest and put a hold on my car. I hope you think of dodge.
No problem, no problem at all. Yeah, we good. So I never leave a team word. Hate to see you coming up, wanna see you leave. Right. Here in about a minute, this thing should be down to 80, and that fan should be almost not turning at all. And it's all working as planned so far. So for some reason, this video doesn't look like a lot of progress to you. In my world, it kind of is, because I have to test this stuff. I have to make sure it works. This is scary, you know what I mean? Messing up my Escalade is not something I want to do. So far so good. We're still surviving. The fan's down there. I heard it ramping down a little bit. And things are going to be moving along real fast, real soon. The thing is that amp rack is ready to go. Everything is pretty much ready to go. It's just testing to make sure it works, and then put it in, and all of a sudden it should be playing real soon. Before I end this video, I'm going to drop this door down, turn the LEDs on this amp rack, and get it all playing one last time. Then back to the lift it goes. Once I got my cables running from the front to the back, then the amp rack can go in, and then hopefully the box. One last shot of this, if you're not familiar. The last video I showed you how I built it. This box has 6 XS Power 993 step-down modules in it. And it's wired inside and fan cooled.
But the happiness I had only lasted the same for my cover, cause I said I'm not a virgin and I'm lying. I finally fertilized, and she left me for another guy.
Subscribe. We got the goods coming soon. I'm out. that, it's already threaded. Harbor Freight for the win. Stainless steel, super strong. Really sturdy. Now it's all that's left to do is to screw the step down module onto it, start running wires. Before I put this thing in, I checked the voltage and it was a little bit low. It was in the low 12, which I figure is probably pretty normal since it's a lithium battery and they can't ship them fully charged or something maybe, I don't know. All right, I put this thing on the charger at 12.2 volts and I couldn't even get over to my coffee cup and back. It was like 5 minutes and this thing has already filled itself to the top and it's full. So no complaints so far with this Titan 8. Yeah. What do we got here on the Titan? Lithium. 10 pounds. Out with the old, in with the new. Hi, baby. Baby. What an absolute joy that is to put in. I'm gonna run some Sky High 4-aught OFC, juice up the back battery bank. So this is it, going on the maiden voyage. We got one battery in the back, but all the wires ran. I got a little temporary wire right here so I can drive around a little bit, and watch the temperature of the step down box. I'm going to see how this entire thing acts while it's really being driven. Like I said, all the wires are in the car, so this isn't an outside the car test, it's an inside the car test. We're going to be full lithium here pretty soon with the amp rack. And after that, it's time to start thinking about some sounds. We're just temporarily monitoring right now until I get the real stuff in here. But the fan on the step down box is scheduled to kick on at about 90. And from there, it'll just ramp up as it gets hotter and cool itself back down again. Let's take off and go see what happens. All right, so we've been test driving, checking everything out, making sure the temperature on that step down box is good, making sure the voltage is good front and back, and so far so good. The box is only, look at this right here, we're at 100 degrees. So sitting still for a long period of time, it got up to about 130 inside of the box. As soon as you start driving, it cools down 10 degrees almost instantly, and after about 10 minutes on the freeway, it's down 30 degrees. So from 100 to 130, just like that. So I'll have to try it out when it gets a little hotter in Sacramento. But for now, everything's looking and working great. That'll work. Okay, back at the shop after been driving for about 50 miles. Shutter off. 14 volt battery sitting at 15.4, which is really nice. And let's head up to the front, see what the lithium is doing. 13 volts. That little drive we just took is about as successful as I could hope for. I took this thing on a long journey yesterday, hit the highway, watched the temps. At least on the fan box up front. This thing back here shouldn't have been getting hot at all. But 14 volt battery in the back, charging at 16 plus, and normal voltage up front for the truck, and everything was just stupendously awesome. I'm happy. I just need to put the amp rack in here now, and instead of having this AGM 14 volt battery, we're going all lith. Gonna drop the rest of the lithiums in here and drive it around for a little while, see how it acts. And then we're gonna be ready to start mounting everything down, wiring it up. We're all ready to go. So this is just the beginning of some of the sound deadening I'm doing in this truck. There's gonna be a lot more going in the doors and other places more towards the front. But since I know once this big humongous box goes in here, it ain't coming back out for a while, I wanna make sure I get that pan and make sure that it's all nice and deadened out. I'll do a little bit on the side too as well, the spots that I'm not gonna be able to get to for a long time unless I pull the box back out, and I don't really plan on it. So carpet, a little bit of plastic, some second skin damp pro, and then it'll be time to put the box back in there. As soon as I do that, it'll be time to play it. I'll finally get to hear it. God, it's a brutal sound, always. Every single clip is still in here though. Glad to see they improved that, I guess, since the 2001 Tahoe. But I'm not an installer every day, so I don't know if they really did improve them or if I got lucky. But they're all still there.
Turbo. We've got Aaron Lewis taking over tomorrow.
Pretty solid compared to what it was. With all the second skin done, this thing's ready to drop. Got some loose wires still, of course. They're going to be nice once they're in there. This is what we're looking at right now. Lots of fun. Amp rack is in, second skin is in, all we have left is the box. If I want to hear this thing playing today, I'm going to have to slap it in. Go. Oh yeah, we're almost there. So I did almost all this stuff by myself without the forklift. Now I need a little bit of help, just for that last couple inches to get it in. It's hung up on something, so that's what we're gonna do. in there. All right, it's all working. Let's take a look at it. So as you can see, it's not too obtrusive. It's just right there at the hatch line, which isn't super bad. Maybe about a little bit taller than the hatch, but not much. I got all the trim work to do, which I've already cut it. I sort of already got an idea how I'm gonna make it look real good, but I don't really hate it just the way it looks sitting in here right now. So let's ignore some of these wires for right now. This is my optical cable. It's sending signal to the audio control, DM810. That's gonna be tucked away real nice here soon. This little temporary wire right here for the step down box to keep it cool. That's about ready to get wired in. Number one priority was making this all fit and get it working. Now we can start cleaning some wires up. Could use a little bit of soap and water on them handprints too. We got more work to do, but that's okay. We're on the right path. Yeah.
She just fall for the phone when I'm talking on my money phone. I was telling you wrong. You want me to set the top and they're not well. You fuck off and run along. In the crib with the blonde bombshell, whipping like a kingpin. With the EP. Shit, I'm thinking makes sense when it sink in. I'm just staying dead. Green pants, bad shit. With your day spin to the station. With the
slopping, it sounds good. I got a lot of rattle on this hatch. You know I'm gonna have to come in with some more second skin and really get in there and reinforce it. But as far as everything else is concerned, it's all working. And for now, I'm out of here. Excited about this. Let's go.
She want the dopest of the dopest. That's why she on my line. But I've been dope for a while, so I see this all the time. Roll a wood or a Dutch, all depending on my dime. Always keep a thumper close, cause them suckers on they grind. Next see mine.
So some people have been asking me, where's the Caddy? Why is it taking so long? How come it's not finished yet? Well, truth of the matter is if you've been watching this build, you know that I'm running a dual voltage system in here. I got 14 volt lithium batteries in the back that charge at 16.5 to 17 volts. I'm staying at around 16.5. And I got a front lithium battery that charges at 14 plus. And everything's meshed together with the step down box. If you look at the previous videos, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is that my amplifiers, the Demore Engineering A series, are made for a 12 volt system. A 12 volt system like up front that charges at 14.5. Like the maximum 15.1, 15.2 is what those things really like before they start going into protect. Well, I'm pushing the limits right now. My guys at Demore Engineering told me that it might be a problem to be pushing 16.5 volts to these Class A/AB amplifiers. They're just not designed for it. And the reason why I did it is because being Class AB, they're gonna suck the life out of my alternator. So I wanna give them all the juice I can possibly give them so they're never suffering. But the problem is, that amplifier on the bottom right, that one did not like it. It was going into protect way before the other amps. The other amps weren't going into protect at all, actually. So I don't know what was going on with it. So I sent it back. Those guys worked on it. They sent it back to me. So that amp came back months ago, ready to go, good to go, everything's fine. But the other problem is that we moved. We moved a little bit further away, and I got the new house, and we're working on everything at the house. And trust me, it's easy to get sidetracked when you get a new pad like we did. And well, I had to get my home system working, as you saw in the most recent videos. My home theater, my home sound system needs to be working, and I just completely sidetracked. And of course, you know the excuse always is that this shop is slammed ass busy all the time. The only reason it's quiet in here is because it's super early and I just got here. The only quiet time I get is between 4 and like 6:30 in the morning. So it's quiet now, but it's gonna be getting a lot louder here in about 15 minutes. Just so you guys know, I'm not deleting my back seat. Back seat goes up, everything's hidden. Well, it's not really hidden because these are captain's chairs, but I do have a second row, just no third row. I don't think I've ever owned an SUV and kept the third row for anything. That's strictly reserved for B. Let's turn this thing on real quick so I can show you that it all still does work. It sounds good. It's just the mids and highs I gotta get done. This will eventually be a real remote, obviously. It's getting ran, but right now, it's how we're gonna turn it on. Okay, so a couple things. Obviously, don't mind that remote wire I just stuck in there, and don't mind this optical cable going into the audio control. That's getting ran too as well, as soon as I get done with this other stuff. It's just not ready yet, we're not finished. But here's what the colors look like. Everything's still working there, and of course we got the box.
But I was too far. She called my phone trying to reach me, but that was too hard. She wanted to see me in the
Okay, so I've got a trim panel already made for this back piece. It's out of cardboard and it needs to be refined, but it's pretty much what I'm thinking. I'm just not gonna do any trim work till all the wires are ran and the mids and highs are playing.
Fresh kicks, murder scene, toe tag. Got them hooked like fiends with that coke cap. Looks something like a Lambo when I blow past. I'm perfect plex and they wish, but somehow I hex them. Go right and then left. Bars me, I'm not used to defeat. The crew is complete.
Right, so there you go. Stock mids and highs don't sound so bad, to be honest. Hate to rip them out, but you know the B2 is going to be so much better, and they're going to be ran off those Demore Engineering amps. But enough playing around. Just wanted to show you that everything's working, everything's cool. It's time to do the dirty work. So So what we have here ready to go, and this same setup is on both sides. We got two 6.5s, 3-inch, and tweeter. 14 gauge, 12 gauge, and we got a remote wire. Before I can even think about running any kind of wires, I gotta see what's behind this panel so I can see what I'm up against and what my plans even are. I don't even know what my plans are yet. I just know a couple sets of B2 audio 3-ways and that's it.
A little bit different. We've seen Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend Jesse Jackson, both show up for this trial, sitting in the gallery, listening to some of the testimony. There have been demonstrations outside by groups of black pastors as well, and an increasing number of demonstrators there. All of those are
so I have no idea what I'm going to do. I'm just going for it. So something like this right here is what I'm thinking. Got a spot up there to do the tweeters. I'm going to have to make it happen. Already pulled the door panel apart, and something going on right here. I don't know. I'm gonna have to get on the cardboard and on the scissors and start creating. Hopefully I come up with something I could probably pretty easily just run one set of 3-ways in these doors and call it done. I wouldn't even have to do any modifying, but I have it all set up for 2 sets. I don't know why I do this to myself. I have no idea, but we need extra output, and to get extra output you need more speakers and more channels, and I have lots of channels and lots of speakers, so let's try it and see what happens.
And that's when the first smartphone was introduced. It was by IBM. It was called IBM Sun.
Did that smartphone have a mute button on it? Like, wait a second, did he just fall off the planet? What happened? That was mute texted in. I do not advocate save. That's brilliant. I don't know who wrote that.
I like it.
That is a great text. Because we all know it's just a big word. 518 pumping too much money into the economy. And he doubled down again on that.
Because there's a certain segment of the population that
Follow us on Instagram,
hello, this is Discover, and we take customer service seriously. We know that if you have a question or concern about the credit person, day or night. Discover, exceptionally common sense.
Prices are shooting up, but Americans are buying anyway. It's all the fourth quarter growth. The Commerce Department reports total retail sales out of over 1.7%. Most of this on necessities today. It shows that the national average has been trending down slightly in recent days. September faded last month. And supply chain choke points and the shortage of labor remain big headwinds.
Wires also saw a large number of people starting their own companies and entrepreneurship, which is something we haven't seen in this country.
Number 1 margarita. Learn more from Luke Bryan and similar artists now. Search for Luke Bryan on iHeartRadio. All your favorite music, all your favorite stations, all free.
To try to alleviate some of that, President Biden announced today he is tapping into the nation's stockpile of excess oil. He'll take out 50 million barrels. Other countries, including India, China, and Japan, will do the same thing.
like this, except for I want these to be a little closer together, so that means I'm going to butcher this up a little bit. Now. Yeah. Woohoo. Alright, this is what we're looking at right now. Still completely under construction. I'm not quite sure exactly what I'm going to do, even still. So, you may not ever even see this video, but if you do, that means it worked out. So, lots of cardboard cutting, lots of adjustments being made. This is probably like my 10th piece. So, this doesn't just fall out of the sky. Anyhow, back at it. So after seeing what my screen is going to look like and where my speakers are actually going to be inside this panel, I am going to have to cut this a little bit more. That's okay though. We're good. So far so good. So this is just a little piece that I drew up. I'm going to try it out over there on a slab. This is just a practice piece. When it comes to this stuff, when it's a one-off, everything's a practice piece. Until I decide to make hundreds of them, which I won't. So it's all one-off, it's all scraps, it's all scissors, it's all cardboard, until I'm happy. And then it's done. got about 2 more inches to go before I can have this ring where I want it. And then from there, we can start making our screen. If you haven't guessed, this screen is not going to have holes in it like that. I was using that for reference just to know where the speakers are going to be. So we'll see how that turns out later. Look like the same little template from before, but it's not. The holes are in different places because these ones actually have to grab onto the vehicle. The other ones are going to grab on to the one that it's sitting on top of. Countersunk, they shouldn't get in the way. We got 3 layers. And this door panel is a little uneven from the factory, so it's gonna have to get modified once I pull it out. So it's tight on one side, has a gap on the other, but we're gonna fill that. It's gonna be sweet. It's gonna be perfect, I think. Alright, I wrapped it all with a little bit of second skin just to make it all nice and clean. And before I put this door panel back on, I'm going to pull all this off and I'm going to second skin the door and tie into that pod, and then this thing should be good to go. So we're still under construction. We've got a lot of work to do before we can even think about calling this side done. But it's going in a good direction. I'm happy so far. Door 1 or door 2? Door 2 is still under construction. Door 1 is stock. We should be 2 real soon. that's a hole.
He was like a movie star. Women would walk in and melt.
It was like you got a model for a general manager.
Yeah. And even his wife.
In his life, easily.
Yeah, I was like, he stole my face.
He did something really nice for us. I don't know if you guys remember, to commemorate our time together.
He did?
I thought it was really cool. Yeah.
Where's mine?
Yes, everyone got one.
You probably.
Oh, who took mine?
I know who took it. You probably threw it right out.
Probably wearing it right now.
You don't remember this one?
Well, give me a sec. I'm laughing at Wood Yee doing the question, so I gotta get over that.
Caddy, I think.
Yeah, I love Steve. Steve, the engineer, worked with us a long time. And he sounded like Woody Allen. And the question is, when we were in Cleveland,
Who played the funeral?
there was a band that played the funeral.
Yeah, but he also did Just a Gigolo, I think, and he was, doing a solo tour.
You remember that? Now I feel even worse because A, I didn't remember that, and B, David hates me now, and he thinks that I don't even know why. He feels I wronged him somehow. I don't know, and I wish.
You're making me so red. I want this to happen.
He was the New York Mets and Philadelphia Phillies.
Now that I know what shape these need to be, we gotta refine them. We'll do acrylic. With some acrylic on top of the acrylic. And a little bevel. Then we got a little bit of black. Flat black acrylic to go on top of this so you don't see none of the shininess coming through. Hard to see. Alright, to finish these things off, at least the bottom pods, I got some suede here. We're going to wrap them. It should match the top part of the door panel where it has a little piece of suede. Hopefully it will. If not, at least it's still black. So that's good.
Here's the other weird thing. It's weird how often people who refuse to wear masks turn out to be huge assholes in every aspect of their life. If you meet someone who won't wear a mask, that means they're just an asshole. There's no way you can be someone anti-mask and not be an asshole. They go here and me. I'm wrong? No.
The 5. She threatened to kill everyone on the plane. Of course, it all started when she smoked in the airplane bathroom, tampered with the smoke detector, and ripped an oxygen mask out of the ceiling. The crew forced her back to her seat, and then she got very angry.
This is just a group of different people in their eruptions, huh?
And yet you can't find a doctor to cut it off.
Oh, I can't. I don't know what to do.
Yeah. That's pretty. Gonna have to do some sanding and a little bit of cleanup to get this one right here to look like this. And even this isn't done yet. I haven't taken it over to the sink and done any wet sanding on it yet. I'm not sure how far I'm gonna take it though. I like that halfway polished look. Matches the door handle. So let me get to sanding on this, make this thing look pretty. Those little tiny little burrs off of it. Got some rippling in here I'm gonna need to clean up too. Wet sanded up to about 400. I don't want to go too much higher than that because I want to keep that nice look to it. I don't want it to be too shiny, believe it or not, but it's clean. Let's see how it looks. I like it. Matches the door handle. Let's go pop one in the truck. This one doesn't have the metal grill in it yet, but it will. Tweeters, power wires, and hopefully speakers coming next. Yeah. Starting to feel good about this. So all I have to do is bond those rings in, put the metal grill in this side, and do the tweeters next. And if I wait any longer to do another video, my channel might just fall off the map. So I'm dropping this video tonight just to show you that I am working, I am getting stuff done. And that's it for now. Out of here. So we got a factory tweeter and a little screen right here. Guess I'm going to have to do a little bit of modification to this little sail panel. Pull that apart, see if I can get two tweeters in there. Now it's really dark, but it's also really early, so this is what I got to work with. Let's pull this thing apart real quick. But before I do all that, I think I might as well open this up and show you guys the actual second set. The first set's already in. I already started with the pods, as you might have seen in the first video. But here's the second set right here, and I'm gonna need the tweeters out of here so I can get all four of them in. Now remember, there's already a set of these in the first door. I just haven't done the tweeters yet. So that's what we're doing right now. And then of course I'll show you how I do the driver side as well, right before we start wiring it up. Let's get some tweeter pods going. So this thing typically pops out pretty easy. I don't know how I'm going to get 2 tweeters into this hole right here, but we'll figure it out. The original plan was to put them right there where that 3 was, but now I think I can get them up in the sail panel, so I'm going to try that first. So it's pretty obvious that this is going to be a slight issue getting both of those in here. These are really big tweeters. Not exactly sure what I'm going to do. So as you can see, this could be a problem. Those are not fitting on that template at all. So I was looking at these and I think I found a way that I can still do it. I think these tweeters come out of this beautiful aluminum little cup that they're sitting in. So if I can get them out of there, I probably can get them in that little triangle. There we go. Now that buys me a lot of extra room. Yeah. So I think that's going to work. I'm just going to have to take this right here. Instead of gutting it out, I'll just make a new one out of acrylic. I got some flat black, or some matte black I guess it would be called, over there. It should match real nice. So this thing is not exactly a triangle either. It looks like it's straight here and straight here, and it has a little arch right here on this side. So it's going to be a little tricky, but after a few tries I should be able to get it down. So after a little bit of drawing and about 3 or 4 or 5 tries, I think I got what I'm looking for. 2 layers of 1/8 inch acrylic. These holes are offset from each other, and I'm going to show you why here in a second. You'll never be able to tell on camera, but the left side holes are smaller than the right side holes. You'll see. If you look, you can see the offset is right in here on the back side. Okay, so I gutted out the part that had the clips that held the factory one on, so this is do or die situation. It's already ruined, so pretty good. Put this right in here. Just like that. So even though this matches like almost perfectly, the tone, color, whatever, I still think it needs a little bit of something. Because I have that nice aluminum trim down there. I think I'm going to put a little aluminum border around this thing to make it pop a little bit. So I do have some really thin aluminum over there in my stockpile, but I want it to be thinner than what I have. And for that, this trophy material will work. It's brushed aluminum and it's self-adhering and it's super thin. So I think it'll match that bottom trimming really nice and be kind of easy to do. And I like easy. I did the double piece with the recessed inside, and so these things can just barely poke through with the grills. If I didn't do that, the grills would have been bulging out like a pair of eyeballs because they kind of stick out a little bit. But doing this made them sit in there a lot more flush than they are. So this piece snaps in there a lot nicer than I ever even thought it would. It's in there. When I take this whole thing apart, when I'm getting ready to wire up the door panels for the last time, it will be bonded from the back side. I left enough meat on that inner plastic where I come through with a fastener or something, lock it in place forever. It won't go nowhere. So here you go. The driver's side's over here ready to go. Tweeters and door pods for the 6.5s and the 3s. I got one last thing to do before I'm ready to hook the wires up. That bottom piece looks good, it's functional, but I'm going to adjust it a little bit, make a few changes that I noticed since I started cutting on the panels, modify it some, and then reverse it and stick the same thing over on that side. Door panel should slip right over the top, be good to go. There you go, 2 sets of 3-ways. We're almost ready. So that's another hurdle that's done. Something I've been thinking about for a while, how I was going to do this, and well, it's finished. This will snap right in 2 seconds. Even though it's in my hand right now, this is probably the easiest thing I've done so far to this whole truck. So I'm pretty happy about that. check back in. I should have these things wired up real soon. Hopefully by the next video, because I know you're tired of the door panels by now. You gotta be. But hey, this stuff takes time. First one of these was a proto, and since then I've marked a couple of little changes that I want to make and redid it. All three pieces are a little different. Same exact thing, but this time in reverse. Go again, but in reverse. Like that. Now what I'm most happiest about is that I didn't find any surprises on this side. The driver's side usually has a lot more stuff going on, and this one does, but behind the panel it's about the same. Nothing really in the way, so whew, that's close. Time to take the 6x9 off, mount the custom pod, bring over the door panel that I already did because I bought spares, and wrap up this front end. Alright, so here's the actual door pods. It's 3 pieces of 3/4 inch HDPE. And it starts out with this. You see that right there? It's a little dusty. I modified this original version right here. Once I saw it in the door, I knew what I had to do. So we got like a little brace right here, which I'll show you in a minute. And this goes here like this. Got a couple of mounting holes. Second layer, right over the top of that. That gets fastened in. And then we got the third layer. So the second and third layer will be bonded together, and they have a little kick like this with this piece right here. Actually, here's the kick on this side, my bad. Yeah. I'm gonna have to grind a little angle into that. Something like this right here. So it'll be sitting like this here. This here. Yeah, they fit really nice. This here. This here. And of course, up top, we got these right here. So it ain't doing me no good on the bench over here. Let's go over to the truck. I'll show you exactly what I mean. Just like that. Here's the little flap I was talking about. This hole is so big, it goes about halfway across. And I didn't just want this thing overhanging that hole and moving back and forth, so I gave it some extra support. And this thing is absolutely bolted to the door. It ain't going nowhere. Needless to say, this ain't going nowhere. So, time for another stack. This is my middle layer. And layer number 3. It's so dark in here, it's hard to see anything. got a drill bit, we got an 8x32 tap, and we got some little 8x32 Allen head bolts. So we're gonna pop those in to hold these from the backside. Should never move. Wired up. Ready to hook the speakers up real quick like. Remember, this is what the door panels used to look like. These are stock. Just enough for a 6x9 to sit up in there. Let me switch it up just a little bit. I know I mentioned it in a previous video, but I bought those 2 door panels right there for about 400 bucks. They were $1,700 at the dealer. So I swooped those things up. They're perfect condition. All the speakers, all the accessories was in them, ready to go. And I was able to build my door panels with a little bit of peace of mind, knowing that if I screwed them up really bad, I could just go back to stock. And I still can go back to stock anytime I want. I just got to take those ones out, put these ones back in, put the bi-9s back in the holes. We're good to go. Subwoofer turned all the way down. Mid bass kicking hard.
Money over suckers, over money suckers, duckers. Where I'm from, we learn to get the work before they touch us. Sherbet in a diamond got me coughing like pertussis. Baseline a swipe, game time, I'm getting buckets. Bro dragon, with a dope bag with thrash swagger. Fresh kicks, murder scene, toe tagging. Got them hooked like fiends when that coke habit. Look something like a Lambo when I blow past it. All depends on what it's cost. We need that, we can't get some cost. Still don't see him even floss. First they love you, then they hate you, then they love you, then they hate you.
Okay, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning the very next day. Got my mids and highs playing, got the doors put together. Feeling pretty good about all this. I just thought I'd show you real quick before the dust collectors and the air compressors start, because that's the most annoying thing ever, but I have no choice. It's nice and quiet other than a couple cars driving by. I'll show you what it looks like and I can conclude this video. The doors are done. Yeah. It's early. People are driving by like, what the hell's that dude out there with a camera? What's he doing?
Not complaining, no, I mean, I'll be doing all right. Go out and get it, don't wait till the time, right? I'm just vibing on the high note. Me and a couple solid people I know. I know it's a couple lanes hating on the side though. Get this right.
That mid bass though. Damn.
She see a star, wanna chase it, but I'm moving like a spaceship. Thrashing in some ocean, but I'm looking like the latest. Get attention from the chicks, with the bullshit get evasive. Barely scratch the surface, but they acting like I made it.
Okay, this system is completely flat. The gains are all the way down. I have a lot of EQing to do. I got to get it all just right, but the door panels are finished. They're completed. Wires are ran. I'm pretty happy about this. That's one major obstacle I got finished. So take a quick little look at this, and then I'll move on to the next project.
Hold the vision to the door, like Kobe with the show. It's a tip off at the go. Money on her mind, probably heard I had some. She got ass, but a hustle bag. You know the outcome. I need money, got a duffel bag full of albums. Shipping packs, I can get it, but I gotta see the digits just to make me move a smidget on the mood at different distance, different level, different inches. I can't get into specifics. You get it every day. If you get it, how you living? Flashing all around, make the chicks say I'm drippy. On the street, getting trippy. Hella space like a hippie. Out of reach from you suckers thinking you competing with me. I'm LeBron, you KD. Need a squad to try to get me. I'm just trying to live, take a trip, keep my kidneys off the vibes. You wanna hit me, try to throw it like a frisbee. I might pass it to my homie, about the cash and you can miss me. Cheddar chasing out of Mickey. I'm a king until I'm empty. She wanna see it, wanna touch it, infatuated, wanna flush it. She see a star and I be that. She see a star and I be that.
So what we got? We got woofers at 1.6 ohms. We got 6.5 inch mid bass at 4 ohms. We got my 3 inch mid range at 10 ohms. And we have my tweeters at 8 ohms. And I got tons of class A/AB power Demore Engineering A-Series amplifiers pushing those. So I should be nice and safe and nice and clean and plenty loud. This is glorious. I'm so happy about this right now.
She inspired, wanna chase it, but I'm moving like a spaceship. Crashing in some ocean, but I'm looking like the latest. Get attention from the chicks. I've been grinding silent. Now it's feeling like Brown in his prime. I'm getting better with time. I put the world on my back and add your bitch on the side. Can't stop and I won't. Guess I'm a victim of pride. I'm happy, I'm chillin'. It's my bros that's gon' slide. If the moolah the issue, then they seek me.
Of course, I got the trim to do in the back to make it look pretty.
Man, go eat you a line with the mind of genius. When you peak, you a tight. Making moves how they want to. I be doing what they don't do. I be killing when I come through. They hate me 'cause them chicks choose. You know me, then my mental. Like go for the money, go for the money, go for the money, go for the money, go. They some fly on the whole show. We don't condone that, that's a no-no. I won't host. Got some haters, that's losers. I treat them suckers like mocos. If he calling me dead.
Oh, it is definitely not 10 o'clock in the morning. I killed my battery a couple times while I was working on the door panels. So that design hasn't updated yet.
All your bitches is gazing. I'm thrashing, I'm seizing. This sauce might just skip the season. I've been grinding silent. Now it seems that they blinded. I should give me some diamonds, 'cause I heard that rehearsing. Same team and same name. Still got my foot on the game. I just don't treat it the same. I use my heart, you can't do that. That shit in the blue black. Got my thoughts right in blue that. Who that, who you thought?
So next up for this Escalade, I got a couple voltmeters to do. I got a normal voltmeter and I got a high voltage voltmeter, the SMD ones of course. And I got my temperature sensor for the front battery box, the step down box. You might have to look back a few videos to see that. But that's already wired in, it's just kind of rigged up. Works great. It passed all my testing. I just gotta make it look pretty now. But those are things that can wait. They'll be in the next couple of videos probably. I'm gonna be working on them for sure. But the door panels, I've been waiting to do these for so long. I'm so happy that they're playing and they sound good. The mid bass on those B2 audios, man, everything's flat right now. I can't wait to start EQing and setting gains. It's gonna be out of this world, I think. For me anyways, in my world, it's gonna be out of this world. So anyhow, if you've been watching this build, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now it's time to get back in the shop, turn some air compressors, some dust collectors on, make some more noise. And I'm out of here.
They never go hard, that's why they never made it. Took a piece and I ate it, went back and took some more. Poker face sight for them acting like some hoes.
12 days later, still no power, but I figure I might as well chance it and turn this PC on with the generator back there running so I can try to get this video done. Been meaning to for a little bit, but I just got the mids and highs finished anyways. If you can hear the generator. "12 days with no real power. Fun times. At least we got that."
She see a star and I be that. She see a star and I be that.
Good morning.
Christina, good morning to you as well.
This piece right here was made off camera. I just wanted to make sure it was all working before I started filming. But it seems to work pretty good where I'm going to put it. Now it's time to make it look pretty. throw it in there and see if it fits better. See the little light down there? Does it make sense yet? Yeah. It's beautiful. All we gotta do now is wire them up and tap it into the vehicle. It's gonna be a lot of wires to tap in, but it's alright. It's kind of dark in here, but we'll wire it up here next. That'll be tomorrow's mission. What you know about that? Cool. Little light at the bottom and everything. Got a lot of wires to hook up to make these work, but it should look super sick when it's done. Time to start some of this wiring. Get this thing lit up.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
is all wired up, pre-wired. Now it's time to take it over to the vehicle and do it all again inside the car. Alright, I got all those done finally. That's something that really needed to be done. It's inside the center console, but that's okay because they're functional. They're doing what they're supposed to do. I like the bells and whistles and the lights, but most of all, when I lift that up, I can see what my temperature is on the step-down box. I can see the output on the amps, and I can see the voltage on both the high and low side. Although I'm not done yet, I still got some stuff to do. I got more wires to tuck over on that side. Let's take a look at what it looks like right now. Just like that. Alright, let's go ahead and turn this thing on and see what happens. I'm gonna have to edit the shit out of this for sure, but it's okay.
Sweet things from Boston, so young and feeling. Hey, 19, that's real. She don't remember the Queen Pretty much that's it. I mean, it's never over in car audio. There's always something to do. As far as this main project, I'll be done. For now, I'm out of here. Okay, I just got a few things left to do, and this thing is complete, or at least as complete as it's going to be for right now until I decide to do anything else. One of the things I want to do, besides tuning it and setting the gains and all that stuff, is I got to make it look pretty. Right now, it just looks like an acrylic box in the back of a truck. Nothing too special. It's a nice box, but it's just sitting there. If you watch some of my older videos, you've probably seen what I had in mind. I've showed it a couple times, Instagram and things like that, but since I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to do it, I didn't make a big deal out of it yet, and I wasn't ready to do it yet anyways. So that's what we got. This raggedy piece of cardboard, I've had that for a long time. I drew this a long time ago. That's all that I know. I move in that way. To a few to say lose on the team.
Okay, that's pretty raggedy. Cardboard is a little flimsy. It's been sitting around for a while. But I've got my patterns in it, what I want to do, what I had in mind. Got a little Cadillac logo right here. It's been a little while. I'm going to have to put this thing back on the laser and make another one on a cardboard and perfect it just the way I want it. And then I'll make it out of something nicer. I'm glad I'm at this point though, for real. this is going. It's looking good on cardboard. I did a little bit of coloring on this logo. It's pretty ugly. I just wanted to see what it would look like, get an idea. But I'm going to go in there on the computer. I'm going to make a couple slight little changes. Again, turn this into some acrylic. See if I like it then. So this is 3/16 clear. It's got film on it, that's why it's not clear right now. But I'm planning on using this with a flat black overlay over the top. This will give it a little bit of strength. It's thick enough to hold the magnets that I'm putting in it. You'll see. M52 Neo magnets, same ones we use in our quick release terminals. These things are not playing around, they're downright dangerous. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. Already pre-taped, ready to go. All I gotta do is put them where they go. I'll be ready to start magnetizing. Magnet trim panels. Oh yeah. So that snapped right on, which means I can take it back off if I need to pull this box out, and that was the whole idea. I can make this permanent, but if the box has to come out for any reason at all, I'd be screwed. I'd have to redo the whole trim. So now it's removable. We'll go get the other piece. All right, now for my favorite part, the reveal. Look at that. Alright, we got that looking pretty good. It's got this empty hole where the Cadillac emblem goes. Like a cherry on top. I have several different ideas on how I want to do this emblem, but I need to finish this video out. So what I'm going to do is one of the ideas, and I'm going to make it to where I can pop it out and redo it if I want to. I want to make it out of stainless, and I've got a special laser, it's called a MOPA, and that's for putting color on stainless. So I really wanted to do something like that. But for right now, we'll do white and black acrylic. Slide it right in, it'll look beautiful for now. I've already got the white loaded up. We'll fill in the little pieces with black. I'm going to do the same thing in flat black and in gloss black. That way I get a little bit of a difference between them. We got satin, matte, flat, whatever you want to call it. We got gloss black, and we got some mirror on the outside edges. And a little bit of white to complete the look. I still have more stuff to do. I got tuning and gains and everything to set. This chapter right here is complete. I do have a little bit more trim work to do on the front by the amp rack, but I want to add some more fans and stuff like that. But that can wait. Right now, the rear and the top trim work is done, and all we have left to do is turn it on and look at the lights. Here's the amp rack. Alright, we can't forget about this. You might have to check the other videos to see. I still got some work to do in here. We're going to be setting some gains and stuff, but
show to the moon where I might go. In the team or ISO. Hard work is a hype. Cold
how's that look?
flexing, borderline perplexed. Young girl said she loved me, told me this while we was texting. I know feelings get you killed. In the crib I keep a weapon. I'm inside the can't be right, but they'll be ready, can't get mine. We talk about that money all the time. I be pushing, I'm feeling like a pusher. Shout out the homie Reed, shout out the homie Chicken. Ever since they had my back, I've been living out my vision. Didn't ever want too much, but I'm feeling like that's missing. It must have been a kiss, and surely lost if you ain't listen. All around the world, maybe all around the world. Spend the night with my arm around your girl. Make a move, got that bag and did the fur. Make that move, got that bag and did the fur.
So don't forget to subscribe. I'm going to have more stuff coming soon. I'm going to be doing the tuning. It's probably not going to be a very exciting video, but for me it'll be exciting because everything's going to be working correctly. Right now the gains aren't set. The crossovers are set a little bit. They're not fine-tuned, but no gains and nothing's EQ'd. It's completely flat. So next mission, go in there, clean it up the rest of the way, and call this project completed. G, MM1, DD1 Plus. Tuning, we're going to use the IMSG Plus, and we're going to find out what the usable range on the speakers are, especially the tweeters and the mid-range and the mid-bass. It's probably one of the most important things that you could do if you want your system to sound right and if you want to save your tweeters, because you don't want to play anything way lower than the tuning frequency on those tweeters. You can just say goodbye to them right then and there. So one of the things I did while wiring this up is I left myself an area where I can break the wires apart and take the amp rack out if I need to, because if something happens I don't want to have to cut all my wires and then reattach them and figure out what's what. They all have connectors right here on the side of the seat underneath the carpet, both sides, so that allows me to remove the amps if I need to, but it also allows me to tap in to all the door speakers right here and see what they like, check how much power they're getting, check the FS, whatever I need to do, and then put them back together and cover them up and call it done. So let's go ahead and do that right now. As you can see, I didn't put the Caddy door sill back on yet. That's going to happen when I'm all done and I'm happy. But just peel that back just a little bit, and we end up with some nice connections. They're not zip tied or anything yet. They're going to look nice before I tuck it away finally, but I knew I was going to do some tuning, so I left it like this. We've got the 6.5s, we've got the tweeters, And we've got the 3s. So we're going to put that in mid-range, somewhere around 500 hertz or so. Something like that. I'm going to short these 2 wires out right here. And then let that settle down for a second. Basically what we're doing here is we're calibrating the harness. It's got a little bit of resistance to it, so that changes things just a slight bit, but we're trying to be as accurate as we can, so we're going to calibrate it. There we go. Now whatever is in this cable has been compensated for. Let's see what the tweeter's like. Okay, so these are the 3s. And these are the tweeters. We'll do the 6.5s here in a second. We're looking for the peak. So there's our peak right around 1.7. Right about 1.7 is where those things are peaking at. So I'm going to write that down. Okay. I'm going to do the 3s real quick. Right here. Same thing, but these things reach a little lower. $165. It's almost 29 at 165. There we go, 163. So 163 is going to be the number on those 3-inch mids. Okay, now we'll just pop the wire off one of these 6.5s. See what that is. Looks like we got a nice little peak right around 72. So 72 is going to be our number on that. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, yeah. Cheer. Alright, let's get to tuning. Find a nice little spot in there for this mic stand. So what we'll do is we'll run some pink noise through this, which is every single frequency there is from 20 to 20K. We'll see what the system is doing and we'll make our adjustments from there.
for that blank, real things, what I meant.
There we go. Okay, right away you can see that I got some stuff to drop down. I always avoid boosting and try to cut anytime that I can. I can also adjust this to make it a little bit more sensitive so we can see it a little bit better. Just like that. So we're going to drop those down some. Actually, this is probably a little bit better for me right here. The object isn't to make it totally flat, but cutting off the super peaks and raising up the super dips just a little bit is the first key. And then after that, there's a couple little tricks of the trade to make it sound even better. There's my 3-inch mids. There's my mid bass, my 6.5s. And of course we got subwoofers and bass and all that cool stuff. We're going to go to the mid bass. And you can see right here that it's pretty high. So we're going to go ahead and adjust that down a little bit right here. Let's see what happens. Between 200 and 250 you got a nasty little spike, so we're going to drop that down a little bit. Look at that. So just a couple dB of change will make that a lot nicer. So between 100 and 125 we got a little something going on right here. So let's drop that down a little bit. Okay, so 4 and 500 could probably come up a little bit, just a little bit. So that 500 is probably going to be on the lower end of the 3s. So we're going to leave that right about there. So something like this, because they're already rolling off at that point. Whoops. Let's go back to the 3s and the 4s. So as you can see, with the tweeters, this is what they like. That's what the 3 is like, and that's what the 6.5 is like. The tweeters, I want a full octave above, and we're sitting at about 3,300. The 3s, I want a half an octave above. I cut that back off at 5,000. And the 6.5s, I just raised them up a little bit because I prefer 90 and up on those on almost everything. Of course, I can lower those down just a little bit as well. That's the basics of setting your crossovers. You want those speakers to play what they like to play and nothing really below that. So of course I could sit here all day and film and film and film every little minute detail, but I don't have that many megabytes on my card, and it's going to be a little while for this thing is just the way I want it. And even then, I'm going to have more work to do as I drive around. The different music that I play is going to act a little different, so get in there and make some more fine-tuning adjustments. But for the most part, when this is done, I'm ready to ride out. Yeah, excited about this. So I can't play this music for very long at all and show you how good it sounds. It does sound really good in here. I don't want to get busted for copyright or anything like that, but it does sound really, really good in here right now.
Come on and sing it all.
Now sadly, this song is also copyrighted, so I can only play bits and pieces of it and chop it up to where you can get an idea that it is slapping really hard in here. It's really nice. The subwoofers are getting about 1/3 of the power that they really want, but it sounds so lovely on that Class A/AB Demore Engineering power. Audiocontrol keeping everything under control. That's why it's named Audiocontrol. Oh yeah.
Kiss name known, matter of fact, kiss name blown. You bitches always OJs when you load in the clip. slug gotta catch when you go in the war.
Tonight.
But no matter, you get the point.
Your name is lots above it. This is your big debut. It's like a dream come true. I know they're gonna love it.
Loving it, for real. Been watching this whole entire build. I really do appreciate you. It's been a long time coming. It's a lot of work, but finally it's semi-done, mostly done. Car audio, it's never really over. There's always something that you want to do, at least for me and everybody that I know. Some hellacious mid bass. Damn. 100% silent. Yeah.
I'm trying to cop an island. I'll be thrashing, I'll be styling. I'm a stunner, not a stallion. I'm a eater, I'm a shark. You like lobsters or some scallions. It's best you go around them unless you can move a mountain. My shit slap.
Alright, she sounds good. I'm sure there'll be a few tweaks I want to take care of after I drive around and listen to all my songs. But right now, she's sounding real good and about to take her home. Oh yeah. She a good girl.
You ain't tripping, it's your favorite color. On a lovely day, she built on cause I be driving wild. You think I'm slapping with the black jack? Who out there? I swear, boy, one ain't gonna squash all that east-west stuff. We spent years in this.
Cool little 40-minute drive from Sacramento. Got to listen to a bunch of songs, and so far I'm loving it. It's everything I wanted it to be so far. Hell yeah. What an adventure. We finally got it done.
Baby died just like a dope fiend. I wonder if the mayor overlooked that list instead of having
Later.